for coming, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I actually do need this.
There's seats right there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Westmoreland. I hold the post 2 at-large seat on the Atlanta City Council. Our normal presiding officer, Council President Doug Shipman, is not with us today, and neither is our President Pro Tem, Amir Farouki. And so the rules of council dictate that in the absence of those two individuals, the council president shall appoint someone to preside over this meeting. That person is me, and I would like to welcome you all to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council on Monday, March 4th, 2024. I hereby call this meeting to order, and I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, post 1 at large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, post 2 at large.
Here.
Councilmember Keisha Sean Waits, post 3 at large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, Council District 1.
Here.
Amir Farouki, Council District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12. Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please note, let the record reflect that Councilman Bond is also present. Next on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. If there are no changes, I will entertain a motion to adopt. Got a motion from Councilman Lewis, second from Councilman Bond, or Councilman Wan. We can take this on unanimous consent of those present if there are no objections. Madam Clerk.
Council President, just unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. Colleagues, next on our agenda is the invocation. Before we take that, are there any names that members of the body would like to lift up for the record? Councilman Bond.
I would just like to acknowledge a personal friend of mine who, like another personal friend of mine, expired due to prostate cancer. My good friend Davey Thrash. He and I had been friends since we were young men in the city, around 12 or 13 years old. And he was funeralized on Friday. But I wanted to lift up his name, not only because he was, if there was such a thing as there's phenomenal woman, if there's such a thing as a phenomenal woman, he was a phenomenal man. He was the same every time you saw him. He had Billy D. Williams' good looks, and he was a class act across the board. But unfortunately, like another lifelong friend of mine, he succumbed to prostate cancer. And so I just wanted to put a pin in this. If you are a man, and particularly if you happen to be an African-American man, please go and get checked. I've lost 2 of my oldest friends in the span really of 2 months. So please do that. But to the Thrash family and the Douglas and Georgia State University family, you know, we extend our condolences on behalf of the great David Thrash.
Thank you. Councilman Winston.
Thank you, Councilmember Westmoreland. At this time, I'd like everyone to just send their condolences to the Rayford family, Mr. Dwight Rayford, whose actually memorial service is being held as we speak right now at Ebenezer Baptist Church. He graduated from Yale University, was a investment banker, and was the first African American inducted or on the board of the Little League World Series board of directors. And so he leaves behind a wife of 52 years and 2 children, one of which is a good friend of mine, Joshua Rayford. And so just ask you all to lift his family up at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lewis.
I would like to send another uplift to the family and friends of Dr. Antoinette Bailey, Canada Bailey, myself and about 500 alumni. We took part and took a trek to Lincoln University of Missouri to stand in support for Black mental health. And I want to stand up for our family and be against suicide as much as possible. Dr. Antoinette Bailey and Lincoln University of Missouri, I want to uplift them both.
Thank you. Any others? All right, as we enter a moment of prayer, I would like to invite the Reverend Jasper Williams, who is the pastor emeritus of Salem Bible Church.
Let us pray. All-wise, eternal, and everlasting God, thou who rules and super-rules our world, thou who rolled this terrestrial ball into space, baptized it with a liquid mist, ordered a variety of blooming flowers transfigured into a marvelous attraction, thou who made peaches sweet, lemons sour, salt-tained, pepper hot. You put vitamins into vegetables, protein into meat, calcium into milk. Lord, here we are today, still in the first fourth of this, the 21st century, a time when our society is being torn by degradation as it flirts with doom and disaster, a time when sharing seems to be a rarity. High-mindedness runs our streets like a mad dog and beats in uncertain paths. Selfishness has evaporated the milk of human kindness, while pain and panic chase each other like June bugs in the summer sun. But for whatever your reasons were, dear God, you looked down on this world some almost 89 years ago now, sometimes around February, March, when James Henry Bell and Ruth were expressing their love of each other, for each other, and to each other. Lord, you took a part of your spirit. You wrapped it in human flesh, and only you, O God, put Bell on that boat in glory, and only you allowed him to ride the sea of destruction for 9 long months. You got Bell off in Jackson, Georgia, one cool November day, November the 13th, 1935. And then he became a living soul. And Lord, only you have brought Bell through his tender teens, his teachable 20s, his tireless 30s, forcible 40s, fearful 50s, seasoned 60s, Amen. Settled 70s. He comes now this year to the end of his aching 80s as he heads now for his nebulant 90s. Thank you for 89 years of life, 50 plus years in law enforcement in our lovely Atlanta, and chairman of the Clayton County Commission. With these signs of our times, do they tell us how much more we still need spirits like that of Eldrin Bell? Lord, These are days we don't know what to do. Some say we ought to do one thing. Others say, no, do it another way. Some say, be pro-choice. Others say, no, stay pro-life. Some say we ought to pack our guns to protect our and to take advantage of the Second Amendment giving us rights to protect ourselves. Others say no, violence will erode our society. Some say we must raise the debt ceiling of our nation so that Old Glory will be able to pay her bills. Others say no, let our government default, not be able to pay its debts. But it is only with people like Eldron Bell, who started from your hands, that our society can and will have another chance. Lord, thank you for Eldron Bell. And when his life here on earth is done, when in heaven his work is begun, may the work of Bell be done. Speak for him. Thank you, Lord, for friend, family, fellowship, and a council that is willing to acknowledge. We grant unto him you in your powerful, matchless name. Amen.
Amen. If you all now would stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Next on our agenda are proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. At this time, I'd like to invite council members Michael
Mr.
Julian Bond.
Westmoreland? I'm ready.
Yes, Ms. Swaits.
Okay.
Do you want to come speak from your seat?
I would like to do it here.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Waits has the floor.
Thank you so much. I'm joined today by my friends and family. It is with heartfelt, immense gratitude that I stand before you today to express my deepest appreciation for the privilege of serving as a member of this esteemed body. Today marks a significant milestone as I announce my departure from this role. Driven by the constraints of existing Georgia state law, which necessitate my vacating the post 3 seat to pursue higher office. After much prayer and reflection with my family, I've made the decision to expand our collective efforts and embark on a new journey. While this decision was not made lightly, I'm filled with excitement and optimism for what the future holds. Serving alongside each and every one of you, I've had the absolute honor. It's been one of the greatest highlights of my career. Together, we've achieved remarkable milestones, and I'm immensely proud of the work we've done together. We joined forces to establish a citywide public safety task force, prioritizing safety and well-being in our community. Through your efforts, Miriam's Law was successfully enacted by the General Assembly, ensuring the safety in our neighborhoods, removing dangerous offenders from the streets. In response to tragic events such as the loss of Cameron and Zion, you swiftly implemented measures to enhance public safety and adopting a citywide curfew. Recognizing the need for enhanced security at gas stations, we collectively advocated for legislation urging the installation of commercial-grade cameras and lighting. upholding the principles of democracy. We supported initiatives such as the Public Safety Annex, even calling for a referendum vote, demonstrating our unwavering commitment to civic engagement. We embrace initiatives to beautify our city and uplift our communities through the implementation of the Keep Atlanta Beautiful campaign. In addressing public safety concerns, Erica's Law was enacted to strengthen penalties for reckless and dangerous drivers, ensuring the safety of all of us. I want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Councilmember Michael Bond for your mentorship, for your friendship, the opportunity to collaborate on initiatives such as HelloFresh, which has provided essential support to thousands of families throughout the city of Atlanta. Together, we held our inaugural first Thanksgiving dinner right here at City Hall, feeding the hungry, the homeless, and the law enforcement community. Through collaborative efforts, my esteemed colleagues, including Councilmember Jason Dozier, even though I didn't support your bill, I believe in your work in terms of pedestrian advocacy, and I believe in your commitment to Atlanta. It's been a pleasure to serve alongside of you. Additionally, I'm proud to recognize that the inaugural Thanksgiving dinner that was held here, that was spearheaded, was a testimony to our commitment in fostering unity and gratitude throughout our community. As I reflect on the impact of our collective efforts, I'm filled with pride knowing that our city is safer and is better because of each one of you. It's better positioned for future opportunities, such as the FIFA World Cup that's coming to Atlanta. Our continued efforts have brought the film and entertainment industry to a whole nother level right here in the state of Georgia. In closing, I am grateful for the support and inspiration that I have received from esteemed leaders, such as Councilmember Andrea Boone, Commissioner Khadijah, and Mayor Andre Dickens. It is your inspiration that has motivated me to pursue higher office. To the citizens of Atlanta, I extend my deepest gratitude for trusting me with responsibility to represent our vibrant and diverse community. Your unwavering support has been a source of strength and encouragement throughout my tenure here. To my dedicated team, the Post 3 staff, I know you wanted to quit, and some of you did. I'm immensely grateful for your dedication, your hard work, your unwavering commitment to our shared vision. Each of you played an integral role in our success, and I consider myself fortunate to have had the opportunity to serve alongside of you. To this body, my esteemed colleagues, it has been an honor and a privilege to work with you, whether we found common ground or respectfully disagreed. I have the utmost respect for each and every one of you in terms of your contributions and your dedication to this city. As I embark on my new journey, I'm filled with hope and optimism for the future. To my family, to my extended family, thank you for your love, for your support, for your blessings. I'm profoundly grateful. To my friends who've joined me today, former clerk Tina Robinson, thank you for being here. To my sister who took off work, who told me she wasn't coming. In closing, I look forward to the continued journey ahead. I'm excited about the opportunities that lie ahead in our beloved city. Together, let's continue the tireless work we've started in building a brighter and more prosperous future for us all. And we have a little chant and a charge for each and every one of you. Good trouble. 3. Good trouble. Thank you so much.
Next on our agenda, we would like to welcome Council Members Michael Michael Julian Bond, and Andrea Boone, and all of those here to recognize Chairman Eldrin Bell.
Good afternoon. Will the honor guard of the Atlanta City please come up? Will the honor guard please come up? Only the honor guard at this time. Will the honor guard please come? I am joined today by the Honorable Michael Julian Bond, and today is a great day in the city of Atlanta. We honor the Honorable Eldrin Bell. They are coming to get him. Stay right there, sir. Stay right there, sir. The honor guard is coming. Thank you. Yes. The honor guard is coming. Let's give them a hand. Here, right here. At this time, Atlanta Police Chief Darren Schierbaum and others. Chief Darren Schierbaum. Chief Meadows of the City of South Fulton. Vincent Willis, will you please join us? Former Chief Sheriff Thomas Brown of DeKalb County, will you please join us? Pastor Jasper Williams, Reverend Gregory Pollard, Adrian Bell, Karen Anderson, Justin Eldrin Bell Guarini, Dr. Ashley Eldrin Bell, Latanya Richardson Jackson, Deborah Richardson Colbert. The Honorable Helen Zenobia Willis, will you please join us from the City of South Fulton? Dr. Gerald Durley. And Mr. Mac Wilburn, Mr. Mac Wilburn, Mr. Julius Hollis. We were joined by Judge Hatchett earlier. Mr. Mac Wilburn, Mr. Charles Black. And I am so proud today to be joined by the woman who made me who I am, Mrs. Alethea Boone, and my sister Jolanda Boone. Please stand. Please stand. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. At this time, we will hear from the Reverend Jasper Williams. Again.
In simple terms, just let me say, I've known Chief Bell for a long, long time. I have been privileged to have him as a member of our church innumerable years now. I remember when I first came to know him, every other word that he exclaimed was not godly. But since that time, he confessed his calling to the ministry, and I have seen a real transformation in terms of change, like Christendom is supposed to do and be for all of us. I've seen it in Eldrin Bell. He's become a transformed man. In brief, just let me say, in the canonization of the scriptures, we have Saint Matthew, Saint Mark, Saint Luke, Saint John, Saint Peter, James, and others are included in the scriptures. I've seen such a change in Eldrin Bell until if we were canonizing the Bible today, we would have to include Saint Eldrin. Love you, man.
The Reverend Gregory Pollard.
I'll be brief, as Dad has taught me to be. He and my father developed a relationship. Believe it or not, for both of them, it was an unusual relationship because I got both of them to get to go into church a little more frequently. But he made a promise to my father that he would look out for me, and he has done that since my high school years. And he taught me to never give excuses, because he would not allow me to give him one. And so he also taught me to be courteous and respectful. And so I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to tell Councilwoman Andrea Boone for accepting my call and making sure that she and Michael Julian Bond got this done, because it is so necessary and so deserving. God bless.
Chief Darren Shearbaum, Atlanta City Hall.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you, Councilmember Boone and Bond, for pausing the business of our city today to recognize a lion of the Atlanta Police Department. We're joined today by Chief Meadows and Chief Williams, many retired members of our command staff. And I'm going to ask now, if you are a current member or a past member of the Atlanta Police Department, will you now stand? Everyone. And please remain standing just for a moment. Not that quick, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Chief Bell, you know, Maya Angelou was quoted as saying, if you're going to live, leave a legacy. Make a mark on the world that cannot be erased. And I'm going to paraphrase that this afternoon. If you're going to lead a police department, leave a legacy. And make that legacy a mark that can never be erased. Chief, I want you to look around the room. You know, there was 8 years that separated me and you on the Atlanta Police Department. But you know, when I sat down with my mentor to take the sergeant's test, she quoted you. She said, whatever you're going to expect, you inspect. And this morning, when we were having our executive command staff meeting, our assistant chief told all the deputy chiefs on a certain initiative we had underway, you better go out and inspect what you expect. And that's you, Chief Bell. That is your legacy still alive in the Atlanta Police Department. That is you to this day knowing what you knew as a young officer. To be a respected profession, we have to be very good at what we do and respected by the community. So on behalf of all the men and women are standing, on behalf of everyone that is protecting our city now, we thank you for being the legacy maker that you are. And we have a small token for you. If the honor guard will come up now. Chief Bell, last year was the 150th anniversary of your police department. And we were able to celebrate that occasion with great pride and respect because of the work and the contribution you gave to this department from 1961 till 1994. And on behalf of everyone that wears the uniform, everyone that has worn the uniform, we want to present you this commemorative 150th badge on this occasion of your legacy, sir. Thank you. Thank you, APD. Appreciate your time.
Just down.
Chief Meadows, City of South Fulton, Georgia.
I wanted to take this opportunity to thank this body, especially Councilwoman Boone, for acknowledging a young man that's meant so much to me over the course of my career. The minute I became the police chief in the city of South Fulton, Chief Eldrin Bell came out and took me out to lunch at the Porsche Club, at the 911 Porsche Club. And he instantly started dropping pearls of wisdom on me on what it would take to be an effective police chief. I could talk about those things, but what I want to tell you is a really, really funny story. I know, everybody said, oh Lord. When Chief Bell ruled by the order of the day, which was fear, back in the police department back in the day, most of you may or may not remember Ann's Snack Shop on Memorial Drive. Well, I had my own seat behind Ann's bar where she wouldn't let anyone else sit in it but me. And above that seat was a picture of Chief Eldrin Bell. Well, one day one of my friends asked me to cover an extra job for him, and I was working plain clothes at the time, and I had a full beard, but I was in uniform. And when I was sitting in my assigned seat by Ann, this car pulls up and out pops Chief Bell. Well, today you see police officers with beards and uniform. That was unheard of back when I served under this young man right here. And so when he walked up towards the building, I grabbed my face and I said, "Oh my God." And so Ann said, "Run out the back door." I ran out the back door. I ran down to Wayfield's, which was right behind Ann's Snack Shop, and I grabbed a razor off the shelf and I dry shaved. Yeah, most of the men know what that feels like. And when I dry shaved, I said, okay, I know he saw me. I have to go back up there. I went back up and approached Chief Bell, and my face was all bloody. And I said, well, Chief Bell said to me, "You didn't think I saw you run out the back of this place without your hat on, did you?" Everybody that served under Chief Bell know that when you got out your car, you put your hat on. And I'm standing there with a bloody face, confused. I'm like, huh? And so I said, well, Chief, you can't blame me for trying. He said, you can't blame me for catching you either. Go talk to your sergeant. And when Chief Bell took me to the Porsche Club, I said, Chief Bell, do you remember that time that you wrote me up for not having my hat on when I ran out the back of Ann's Snack Shop? And he said, Keith, you don't understand. It was never about the hat. He said, what did you think about every time you got out of your patrol car and went to a call? I said, I thought about you in that hat. The man established in that police department values that I hold with me to this day when I'm running the City of South Fulton Police Department. And so when I talk about what he's meant to me as a leader and so many other law enforcement people, it has to go without saying. And sometimes we take people like Chief Bell for granted when it comes to those situations, and understanding what he meant to law enforcement, not just in the city of Atlanta, but throughout this region. You think about how many different police chiefs came from this man right here, and those same values extending to those agencies. And so I say that to you, Chief Bell, not just what you've meant to me as a law enforcement professional, but as a man. I know that my father always said to me that adversity tends to introduce a man to himself. And so when I watched you through your time in the Atlanta Police Department go through adversity, I always saw you standing tall. I always saw you, persevering. And through it all, you never lowered your standards for me or for any other law enforcement professional in that police department. And I appreciate it and I love you for it, Chief Bell.
The Reverend Gerald Durley. And we also have been joined by the Honorable Natalie Hall, Fulton County Commissioner. Thank you so much for being here. The Honorable Patrick Labatt, we will hear from him soon. Thank you.
There are times in all of our lives where we wonder why we are in a special spot. We wonder, why did God put me next to the person you're sitting next to? As I've listened to them talk to you, and I first met you when I was Dean at Clark, and thank God you let some of them go. After I put them out of school, you didn't lock them up. You had that kind of compassion. But as Reverend Jasper Williams and Greg have said, there are two ways to tell time in the Greek. One word is chronos, which means there are 60 seconds in a minute, so many minutes in an hour. And we said we'd come today chronologically to start at 11:30. But this is not a chronos meeting. All these people you see here, we're touched by kairos, K-A-I-R-O-S, meaning that it is divinely inspired by a deity greater than any of us. You are sitting in a kairos moment that can never be reduplicated. You thought you would just come. And it's because of this man here, we are experiencing a kairos moment. Thank you, Eldrin Bell. And another thing I want to say, I think you play a little music and you sing a song. There's a song in the church, and most of us know, and I've seen people get up and they sing, I'm on the battlefield. Wigs are flying off, teeth falling out. I'm on the battlefield. I'm on the battlefield. But you in the battle. But I want to say to this, you were not on the battle. We love you because you stayed in the battle. This man was in the battle, not just on the battlefield. Thank you for staying in the battle all these years.
Former Sheriff of DeKalb County, Thomas Brown, followed by the Honorable Patrick Labatt, Sheriff of Fulton County.
The first time I saw Eldrin Bell, he was a sergeant in the police department, and I was a firefighter with the Atlanta Fire Department, and a hurricane that came through Perry Homes. And here comes Sergeant Bell riding over the fire hoses and just moving through the area. And another police officer said, "Is that Bell?" And the other officer said, "Yes, it is." Everyone knew Eldrin Bell. As I moved through the ranks and left Atlanta and went to DeKalb County, I found myself in 1990 as the Director of Public Safety. I knew nothing about policing. I thought the only thing I needed to do was make sure standard operating procedures was in place, the budget was maintained, and that the police chief would handle the police department. But our police chief was not like the Atlanta police chief. And I ultimately became the face of the DeKalb County Police Department as the public safety director. Eldrin Bell pulled me to the side and gave me the best advice I could have ever had. Even when you think you're not in charge, act like you're in charge. Thank you.
The Honorable Sheriff Patrick Labatt, he's also joined by Jackie Labatt.
You never miss a moment to say thank you, right? So you've heard some of the great stories, and I was one of the students that didn't get put out, but I got put back in by Durley, Reverend Durley, and Dean Durley at the time. But at that point, at that point, I was young enough wasn't even in law enforcement in my career, to have a mentor like Eldrin Bell. I didn't even know who he was when I first met him. And then I was fortunate enough to get into law enforcement. And one of the first things I recognized early was that it was his family that helped support him. So y'all give his family a hand. And the mark of a great chief, as you can witness more than anything else, is by the other chiefs and law enforcement professionals that are produced because of their leadership. So I never miss a moment to say thank you, each and every time. And I got a story for you too. He told me two things. One, when I talked about how do you lead people, he was one of the first persons after I got appointed chief by Mayor Reed and then elected. And he simply said, I walked into a Waffle House one day. It was a whole zone. Chief Sherbaum, whole zone, I want to make sure you get this right. He said, I walked out of there, walked in first, paid for everybody's meal. Then walked out of there, called the major, said, I'm gonna fire you next time I see all these people sitting around. It's hard to do that now, right? Everybody wanna ask why. But the other thing I asked him about, after, and you heard Rem Durley talk about him being a great vocalist and singer. So I called him one day and I was trying to figure out how he was able to, at a funeral, change an entire mood through a hymn. And I said, well, what do I say when I get up there? He said, first of all, you can't sing. Secondly, you're in trouble. And third, just make sure people know how much you love them. And so from Jackie and I, you know how much we love you. You know every single day how much. And I tell people all the time, if it's anything you need from not just the sheriff's office, but from us personally, you know we're here. So thank you. Thank you.
And now the family. Son Adrian Bell, Justin Eldrin Bell Guirani, Dr. Ashley Eldrin Bell, Latanya Richardson Jackson, Deborah Richardson Colbert, and then Karen Anderson.
Okay. Good afternoon. I want to be real quick. First of all, thank you so very much for this honor. And if I could just ask for the grandkids to stand and the rest of the family, because these are the people who will carry on the legacy, the Bell legacy. You know, 1 Peter 4:10 and 11 says, each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. And this is what my dad has done, and we're proud of him. We shared my father with the city of Atlanta, and you all made that investment of time worth it. He used to always tell us the bottom is not meant for you. And I'm so glad that you lived along those same lines, that the bottom wasn't meant for you. And he worked his way straight through every single badge and rank within the Atlanta City Police Department. And that's an accomplishment. And it also made our time, it made it valuable, because it wasn't anything unusual for us to be thrown in the back of the car and said, hey, I got to go check on a park after Father's Day dinner or birthday dinners. We found ourselves in helicopters. We found ourselves, I mean, we literally, everywhere, just helping and encouraging. And so I want to say thank you, Dad, for the example that you have always set. And if I could just encourage the current police department as well as the city council to do one thing. And I like you with the police officers. I served under Thomas Brown when he was sheriff. So I've been in your shoes, or at least some of it. I can't say I've been on Red Dog and some of those other ones. So I don't have that kind of experience. But there's an old saying that if you ain't dead, God's not done. And the Bell legacy lives on. But let me encourage you to use his wisdom, his experience, his knowledge to bring back the relationship between the police and the community. That is something, because during his day when he was on the beat, the relationship was different. So let me just leave you with that bit of encouragement. Thank you so much.
Next, our American Idol son, Justin.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here to address all of you. I was driving last night with my dad in Clayton County, in a county where he was commissioner chairman, a county where his father couldn't walk on the street after a certain time because of the color of his skin, in a county where there was something called the White Line, paved on one side and dirt on the other. Guess who went where? Now, we were driving down the street and my dad said, hey, look at this thing. Look here. And the road was widened and there was industrial things happening and progress happening in Clayton County. He said, 15 years ago, I made sure that that was bought and paid for, and it's happening just now. And then what he said next touched me. He said, but nobody will know. And you're right. Nobody will know. Nobody will know the things that you did in Carver Homes. No one will know the things that you did in here and the chains that you rattled and the people you shook up, including your best friend, the Honorable Maynard Jackson. The police officers walking the street today will not necessarily know that the sneakers that are on their feet are the result of him saying, well, if it'll shine, you can wear it. Right, we've heard this theme of values. We've heard this theme of wisdom. We've heard this theme of leadership. And yet, that principle that my brother Adrian talked about, the bottom wasn't made for you, is something that our great-great-grandfather told my father, told me, told us, that I tell my kids. And I think that's one of the reasons why you rose to the top. But like Maya Angelou said, people won't necessarily remember what you do, but they'll remember how you made them feel. And as evidenced by everyone up here, and as evidenced by the way the city still works to this day, my dad made people in this town feel seen, feel heard, and above all, feel safe. And so much of your legacy is woven into Atlanta, woven into the lives and the careers here and into our lives. And I just want to say how proud I am, how proud we are to be your family, to be your son, and how much we love you. And thank you for everything that you've done for us and for the city of Atlanta.
I am the youngest. No, he's the youngest, I'm the baby. I will not be moved from my spot. My name is Ashley, and I had no idea I'd be speaking this morning, but for my dad, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. So I just want to say that you all know him as Chief, but I know him as Daddy. And I stand here before you so proud of the gentleman you see before you. He is a self-made man. And of course, what goes into all self-made men are the love and support of their family. But we just want to say thank you, Daddy. We love you. I'm waiting for the tears. I'm going to keep talking to you, cry. No, but seriously, I went into education because I told people that I wanted to be in crime prevention. My father was in law enforcement, but I wanted to be in crime prevention if we can get to the children before the streets get to them. If we can speak into the children and have them understand the values of our seniors and people like my father, then we can change the world. I love you, Daddy.
Finally, LaTanya Richardson Jackson, wife of actor Samuel Jackson, and Deborah Richardson Colbert.
Atlanta, hello.
Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Let me just say this. I do intend to be bold, be quick, be gone. Eldrin comes from good ground. His family that built him, his family that nourished him, is a story that I'm not telling, but I am told that my mother thought that Eldrin was her child. So everywhere my mother went, Eldrin went, and that she would sing to him and he would sing to her. She was a great singer. I am so proud of him and the road he has taken, but I will say this quickly. A lot of people owe their lives, me included, to Eldrin Bell. I was practicing civil disobedience as a student at Spelman College, and we locked the Board of Trustees into Atlanta University. All of a sudden, someone said, "Do you have a cousin that's a policeman? He's at the door asking for you." I said, "Who? Which one?" And so he said, "Bell." I said, "Oh, God. How did he even know we were in here?" I got to the door, he said, "Oh, I know every name of every person that is in there." And I'm gonna tell you this, if one hair on their heads is harmed, if anything happens to him, I'm gonna have your little black, out in one of my jail cells in the juvenile home and I was like, "Oh, Eldrin, wait, nothing's gonna happen to these people." I mean, we had Dr. King, and it was a lot of people in that room. The president of Merck. I said, okay, so I went back in. My husband, Sam, who was not my husband at that time, nor my boyfriend, I said, "Listen, I'm gonna tell you brothers from Morehouse this, you have to take care of these people, see if they need water, see if they have their meds." They were like, "What is wrong with you?" I said, "My cousin is the policeman, and he is out there, and I'm telling you, he will lock all of us up. He will take us to the juvenile home because he is a man of his word. So trust me. We don't want to have any harm come to these people while they're in here." Jasper, weren't you in there too? Wow, yeah. Yeah, I thought so. So on behalf of the family, let me just say, Cousin Willie Roof, my grandmother Dubby, I have a great respect for police. Sometimes so much so, my husband has always said, "You're never afraid of the police." I said, "They grew up in my house. I saw them all the time because Eldrin was a man of community. He brought them to us. We were a part of his life. He's a part of ours. So thank you for this great day."
Hi, everyone. All I want to say, my sister is a talker, more than me. I just want to thank Councilwoman Boone. I'd like to thank her sister, Jolanda Boone, their mother, Mrs. Boone, and also our dear beloved, yes, that mother is here, I believe, but our dear beloved, can she stand, please? Oh, okay, all right. And our beloved pastor, cousin, Dr. Gregory Pollard, for making this happen. And thank you all so much for coming to pay homage to our cousin, Uncle Eldrin Bell. Thank you.
And now, a short video by the City of Atlanta.
And these officers here seated with me risk our lives for you every day. What will you give?
With the eloquence and fire you'd expect from a Baptist preacher, Chief Eldrin Bell's message remains unchanged. He's still sharing sage advice, still asking you to ask more of yourself, and still standing on business.
Will you give just a little bit of yourselves?
Bell was 8 years old when his mother took him to witness history.
It was on Auburn Avenue. And that's when I first observed them, all 8 of them.
They were the first Black Atlanta police officers being officially sworn in. A spark had been ignited. Years later, one of those original officers, Henry Hooks, offered some advice that would alter the course of his life.
He suggested to me, "You finished David T. Howard High School. Why don't you take the exam to be a police?" And I thought it was a great idea because the job I had, I started off at the bottom and I'd worked all the way as far as a black person could go to the top. So I took him up on it, bought a book called How to Become a Police Officer, and I studied it. And 101 of us took the examination, only 2 of us passed.
Bell's education progressed, both inside and outside of the classroom, as black officers at that time were not allowed to arrest white people.
My first experience with arresting a white man was a lawyer on Decatur Street right here at Georgia State University. And he told me that how do I say it, a Negro, and that wasn't what he said, could not arrest him. And we proceeded to fight.
Bell and other officers questioned authority, refused to accept the status quo, and demanded change.
My chief called me and some others in and told us that we could begin to arrest white citizens.
That determination carried him through over 30 years of both challenges and triumphs in law enforcement, a career that he loved. He ascended among the ranks to police chief. Bell's no-nonsense approach to the fight for equality extended beyond himself. And as his platform expanded, he brought others along with him, including women.
There were so many assignments that they never got until I got there. I made sure that they all went to school, and the majority of them today are number 1 and number 2. Some of them are here today.
Bell would retire from APD in 1994. He would later move to Clayton County and make history as the county's first black commission chair. He retired in 2012, but he never stopped working. He says he's grateful to be honored. As for how he'd like to be remembered and the legacy he will leave behind, it's quite simple.
He helped somebody.
How do we give our help? By setting good examples for these children. Yeah.
Ms. Karen Anderson.
I thought they had forgotten me, but that's okay, because Chief wanted me to talk about the great things that he did for the women on the Atlanta Police Department. And I came on the Atlanta Police Department in 1982, and Chief Bell was the first chief that started promoting women in those command level positions, such as the Neelys and Knox and some of the other females, O'Brien. And he did those great things for us, and they set a trail for us to follow. And when I got on the police department, Chief was very strict. They were right. He was strict. We wore our uniforms tight. We wore everything neat. And that's what he demanded of us. And he inspected what he expected. For instance, when I was on morning watch, we would hear a helicopter coming over. We was hiding in the parking lot, up on the top deck. And it's a helicopter coming over. He would work 24/7, we thought. And he would say, "Who is those units up there on the top of that parking deck?" And we would scatter out of there. But he was so strict to us, and I appreciate it. And when I first was told that I need to come work in his office, Chief Arcangeli called me and he said, "Chief Bell, I want you to work." I said, "Absolutely not. I'm not going to work with him because he's too strict." And Chief Bell called me in his office about an hour later, and he said, "You know what? I want you to start in the morning. I want you to start at 8. I want your uniform neat. I want your shoes shine, and I don't want no holes in your socks." And I looked down and had a little hole in my socks, but I was like, "Oh my God." So he really worked hard. I worked very hard with him. We had typewriters at that time, and we had whiteout. And by the time I got home, I had whiteout and blue eye all over my eyebrows and everywhere. But I worked very hard. But we really appreciate him, and I appreciate him being the mentor that he has been to me throughout the years and all that he's done for the women on the Atlanta Police Department.
Presentations, Mr. Mac Wilburn.
I would like to present
Chief Bell with the day that the late, great Maynard Jackson swore him in, and this is that day.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right, man.
And now for the official proclamation, the Honorable Michael Julian Bond.
Oh, y'all can do better than that. I stood it all the time. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it is really an honor and privilege to be here today to present this to you. Chairman Chief Bell, I've known you my entire life. And in another life with our former sheriff, I was a correction officer under the great J.D. Hudson over at the, what is now the Gateway Center, was the city jail, affectionately known as the House of Pain. Built to hold 400 people, we had an average daily population of 1,600. And so police officers had the occasion to have to come into jail, and they would always complain and gripe and groan about having to give up their weapons to leave them before they enter the building because somebody knock you over the head and take the gun. Brown, the inmates loved the firemen, but they hated the police when the police would come in. But when Chief Bell would come into jail, he didn't stop by the gun box. He went straight into the facility. And you would think that Santa Claus bearing gifts had come into the building because the inmates, well, the detainees, because it was a pretrial facility, Chief Bell, Chief Bell, Chief Bell, Chief Bell. They wanted to touch him. They wanted to grab him. They wanted to be next to him. And I said, these are the guys that he's put in jail. These are the guys who are accused and guilty of what causing mayhem in the streets that he is busy policing, and they absolutely loved him. Wow. Loved him. They reached for the hem of his garment, Reverend, every time they saw him. And of course, in my own experience, in my own life, a friend, a mentor, a man that's had his hand on me personally. And so, and my parents, Julian and Alice. And so we would see him out as we were as teenagers, you know, not doing wrong, Adrian, you know, because Douglas Astros don't do things that are wrong. But we had misadventures in the streets. And he would give us that kind of counseling and warmth that allowed us to go home, Reverend Durley, at the end of the day. And so you have exhibited love, you have exhibited service, you have given your life, your blood, your sweat for the city of Atlanta. Amen. And I'm here today possessed of a small token that we will present to you on behalf of that city. And don't let them tell you wrong. The City Council is the governing authority of the city of Atlanta. Proclamations are the highest honor that the city of Atlanta can present. And so to the matter at hand, I'll read the proclamation in pertinent part. Whereas, this is only the second page. Let's see. Well, enough has been said. Whereas the Atlanta City, in recognition of Chairman Eldrin Bell, Chairman Bell is an active member of the Salem Church, where he is an ordained minister and elder in government relations as an advisor to Pastor Jasper Williams. He continues to serve the community daily. Bell has a wealth of knowledge and a bountiful wisdom and continues through his public service. With his involvement as a visionary, he played a pivotal role in the development of Acropolis concept to be placed in sports in the iconic development of the cities and counties adjacent to the airport. He recently served as the chairman of the Baking Away Housing, which provides services to homelessness, recovering substance abusers, mental health illnesses, and HIV/AIDS. And whereas this man of wisdom and generous character, his favorite quote is, "Our children are a message we send to our future, a time and place that we may never see. What will the message be?" And now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the city of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day in honor of
Eldrin Bell Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, we have set our hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Chairman Bell. We'll get a picture real quick. Y'all lean in, because where's we all right.
Before we do the official photo, we have been joined by the Honorable Melody Sheriff Maddox from DeKalb County. Sheriff Maddox, please come. Sheriff Maddox.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's an honor for me to stand here before you, to all the council members. I stand here with two of my old bosses, Thomas Brown from the DeKalb County Police Department when he served as the public safety director. But not only that, in 1988, I was with the Atlanta Police Department and I served under Chief of Police at that time, Eldrin Bell. Who would have thought 36 years later that that little old recruit would come back and serve as the sheriff of DeKalb County? So it brings me great joy to stand here and just say thank you. It's already been said, but I have to say, as the sheriff, thank you. Thank you for your works. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the push, because had it not been for people like Eldrin Bell to push me, I would not be where I am to this day. And sometimes you have to push and fall and dust yourself off and get back up in order to be in the place where God would have you to be. So thank you.
We have so many members of the civil rights community here, are their offspring. We have the Abernathy family here. We have Wilma Blanding Long's family here. I see them, please stand. The Abernathys, Joseph E. Boone, the Joseph E. Boone family, Miss Susan J. Ross, Mr. Charles Black. So many people have come out today. So on behalf of the thousands of citizens of the city of Atlanta, we proclaim today, after nearly 4 decades of law enforcement service, we proclaim today Chief Eldrin Bell Day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. We would like to invite the grandchildren to please come to the well. The grandchildren, will you all please come to the well? Thank you, Miss Elizabeth Thompson of Making a Way Housing. Please come up, Miss Elizabeth Thompson. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
Cute.
Hey. Excuse me.
son, the Honorable Eldrin Bell.
Hello. Wow. How's everybody? How's everybody? Good, good. I am delighted to be in your presence. I'm arrested by what I see. I see young faces. I see older faces. I see black hair and gray hair. I see it all. I'm particularly pleased that all of you are here, but I am more than pleased. To the point of when my daughter was here, Ashley said, let me go a little longer, I'll get to tears. And she will. I think of all of the children that I've helped more than anything else. I see my own grandchildren here today. And I just dedicated my career and my life to the young. Because I said to Maynard Jackson, yes, grass can grow in Carver homes. I said to the community, we will not tear up our community. Yeah. I said to each one of these officers back here, in particular the women, you must be their best example. Best example. And I meant to the people that worked for them. Because I managed top down, not bottom up. If your officers were out there doing something wrong, if I don't catch them, you better catch them. And we ran a clean, hear me, police department. That is not to denigrate the man that is there now. It meant that if we didn't have the law, we had the Bail Act. There's Louis Arcangeli back there. He remembers the Bail Act. And the young lady that walked up here, Miss Anderson, she didn't tell you half of the story. We had sexual harassment just like everybody else, but it didn't last long. Because all of the women were not called by their nicknames or first names. They were called officer, whatever their names were. I sent them all to school. And I'm going to tell you a truth that the men are not going to like. Herbert T. Jenkins, the man whose name was on my academy, and I would leave it on there. Why? Because he made sure the more than 50 different training schools, FBI, universities, wherever that I could go to be trained. Over 50 I've gone to. I set the women there, and they set the curve. And they didn't worry about their husbands or wives or their boyfriends or girlfriends back home. They did the work. And wherever you see them today, over in Clark and many other places, they're not number one, they're very definitely number two. We have a great department. Because your chief of police, I will tell him now, and he and I are going to meet. You must be their best example. And if he does that and make sure that goes all the way down to the bottom, we're going to have that same police department emerge again under him, and I'm going to help him all I can. Thank you, Dennis Williams, for coming. to see me, happy that you were here, happy that my folks over there from the jewelry store, happy to see you here. My son-in-law, where are you? He's right behind me. Glad to see him here. He just lost his father, and I just replaced his father. I will be his daddy from now on. Thank you all for being here. Thank all my kids. There's somebody I forgot. Okay. Sheila, stand up. You trying to hide behind that lady right there. Stand up. You know, you looking around. You know who I'm talking to. Stand up. Happy you're here. Thank you for coming. Who else? Allison, where are you? You caught an airplane to come here. Bless you. Happy that you're here.
Lisa and Cliff.
Lisa and Cliff, and now she's whispering in my ear, and I'll be up here the rest of the day. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And more than that, council, thank you for sharing your day and giving to us this time to note in Atlanta that you had a police department that led the nation in what they did. They were the best dressed police department in the country by recognition. New York City, and this is not to denigrate New York City, New York City saw 24% of their homicides. Under my administration, we never solved under 80. And we went on from there as being the highest performing police department of comparable size in the nation. That's the police department we have. And that's the one we can have. Thank you so much for your time and your energy. And Ms. Boone, thank you especially because you, one of the great people that I enjoyed all of my life, adult life, has been your mother and your father. Your father was a demonstrator, but I say to you, he's not one I had to arrest. Hold there, William. He was not one that I had to arrest for anything because he came to me before the demonstration and we planned out the demonstration and we did not have to arrest him. He was a great man and I'm honored to have served with him and now here with you. Councilman Bond, your father and I hung together. Now, we didn't drink together, we hung together. And that reason why we were in the community doing things over on then Hunter Street. And we would sit there and solve all the community's problems while I was in police uniform and they were there taking care of the community. There are many more stories. You've got 1,000 Maynard Jackson stories, but I'm not going to tell any of those. But I am proud to have served you, and if I had many, many more years, I'd do it again. All the best to you.
Turn that way. Everyone, please go that way. Quickly.
Here, you take that with you. Can we exit quickly?
Quickly.
I'm sorry I didn't call your name.
Will everyone please report to the Atlanta City atrium? Please report to the atrium. Will everyone please report to the atrium? Hello, everyone. Please report to the atrium. Please report to the atrium. Will everyone please report to the atrium? Will everyone please report to the atrium as quick as possible?
Thank you.
Please report to the atrium.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. Colleagues and visitors, if we could please prepare. Thank you very much. If we could please prepare for the next proclamation, I would like to invite Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to the podium. And all of those who are here in recognition of the first all-women football officiating crew, if you would please come up at this time.
He's coming out Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm moving everybody out. I'm trying to get her. Come on. Get up there. I know everyone's taking a breather because that was longer than we normally do. We'll wait on everyone. You guys come over here like two on either side, since we... Come up with me. You can stop trying to get away. Stop. All right, so we are moving on to the second proclamation of the day, and it is beyond exciting to be here in March 2024, which is Women's History Month, and we are celebrating something so astronomical. This is the first female officiating crew in a football game in history that's standing with me. And so why today? Today because, first of all, it really is Women's History Month. And our communications director, Zena, knew that it was something very important that we needed to celebrate, because we've heard probably 3 times in the last 3 years that this is the first all-women's officiating crew, and we knew better. So we're just educating and letting everybody meet the real first, because this is beyond exciting. We know for sure, what we know for sure is that these women and women that are interested in this field have really faced a lot of challenges and skepticism in a real male-oriented industry. And it's important that we recognize when these women and women just like this break a ceiling so that our young women and little girls will know that this is an option for them as well. So I am downright excited today to introduce you all to them and to give them their glory and their roses while they're here. So we're gonna pass out some roses because you all are so deserving. And in the meantime, I will be reading the proclamation because, believe it or not, our proclamations usually last like maybe 3 to 5 minutes apiece. So I will not have you, but today was phenomenal. Like Eldrin Bell, having him today was amazing. And so today all around is perfect. So where are the actual proclamations? Oh, thank you, David. We'll place them here, and I'm going to actually pass those out as well. But let me read to you what is on the proclamation. It says, in recognition of the first all-woman female officiating crew, whereas the Atlanta City Council, in honor of Women's History Month, recognizes Yvonne Lewis, Tangela Mitchell, Sabrina Brunson, and Crystal Apollina's for their pioneering feat, becoming the first all-women crew to officiate a game in the history of amateur and professional football. And, I know, big deal. And whereas the game of football, steeped in tradition of history, has long been a symbol of strength, teamwork, and resilience, and more. And the essence of progress in all aspects of athletic competition lies in the breaking down of barriers. And whereas in 2013, the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, an Atlanta-based league comprised of historically Black colleges and universities, along with its commissioner, Gregory Moore, Esquire, assigned Lewis, Mitchell, Brunson, and Apollina's to officiate a college football matchup between Miles College and Lane College in Fairfield, Alabama. And whereas on October 24th, 2013, history was made on the gridiron when the first all-woman football officiating crew took the field, showcasing unparalleled expertise, professionalism, and dedication. And whereas in honoring the 10th year of this exemplary performance in an unwavering commitment to excellence, these pioneering women shattered the glass ceiling and inspired generations to come. And whereas we will remember their groundbreaking accomplishment, serving as a beacon of empowerment, proving that gender is not a limitation, but a source of strength. And whereas throughout sports history, moments of triumph and achievement have transcended mere competition, serving as pivotal markers of social change. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize head lineswoman Yvonne Lewis, line judge Tangela Mitchell, line judge Sabrina Brunson, and back judge Crystal Apollina's, the SIAC, the Commissioner Moore for their remarkable achievements, challenging the stereotypes and paving the way for inclusivity in sports. Ladies, thank you so much for being pioneers and allowing us to celebrate you today. And now we thank you. And now we'll hear a couple words from each. Yes, you will.
Hello, I'm Yvonne Lewis from Houston, Texas, and my day job is an astrophysicist for NASA at Johnson Space Center. So I'm always working in a male-dominant environment. So going from there to football officiating, It was still tough, but we made it through, and it was some struggle. Like the chief of police said, it never was a struggle, but we had to overcome, and we did, and we had a wonderful job coming together. And I cannot go without thanking Mr. Harold Mitchell, who was the supervisor of officials for SWAC and the SIAC, for knowing his vision and giving us the courage to get on that field and said, y'all just as good as us men, and I appreciate him for that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Sabrina Bronson, and I thank you for this honor, and I am privileged to be here today. When I started my journey in 1995 as a high school official down in Fort Lauderdale Beach, Florida, I couldn't imagine being where I was on October 24th, 2013, working a game with a bunch of beautiful ladies and forging a friendship with them for life, for a lifetime. I want to say thank you again for Mr. Mitchell for believing in us to put us on the field together and to be able to do such a great job and to be here today to making history with the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Tangela Mitchell, now Ross. Forgive us, one of the things that we say on the field is silence cannot be quoted, so that's probably why I don't want to speak right now. But I do want to thank first God, and I also want to thank the city of Atlanta for recognizing us, for Mr. Moore for believing in us, also for Mr. Mitchell as well for sharing his vision with the world now, because without him, none of us would be here, and without my brown sisters next to me today, I wouldn't be here as well. Thank you.
I'm only here so I don't get fined. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Apolanis. I'm from Orlando, Florida. I've been just along with these ladies from 2012, I want to say, when we went to our first SWAT camp, when we met Yvonne and Sabrina, and they, brought us in like, it was only 4 of us, so we got to go strong. And it was hard, but you know what? We took the stairs, not the elevator, and we made 2013 happen. Thanks to Mr. Mitchell and Commissioner for helping us, say, yes, you guys can go on the field, because it does come from the Commissioner to approve, for all of us to get on that field as well. Overall, women, please come out and officiate. We need officials out there. It's not a hard sport to learn, If you could blow a whistle and yell at people, it's okay. That's what we do. But thanks again, guys.
Hi, very briefly, let me just say that from my perspective, these women stand for a simple idea. Think about the courage it takes to work and prepare for an opportunity that doesn't yet exist. And that's the idea that these women stand for. Chief Bell and the pastor, some of the themes that I think I took away from their presentation was the importance of opportunity. And I know it was referenced that the SIAC is a consortium of HBCUs. But when I think about where we are in this country from January 6th to the affirmative action case, we're seeing a diminution of opportunity. And that's why these schools have to be protected, because I think we have to underscore and remember that it was HBCUs that gave these women an opportunity. And that's really what the hallmark of these institutions. So I thank the City Council. I thank these young ladies. And they inspire me by what they do and the courage they showed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And thank you, ladies, for allowing us to kick off Women's History Month in this special way. Let's hold our proclamations and take a picture. All right.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is a proclamation presented by Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits. If all those here for Cedric Smith, if you would please come forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Will the Post 3 staff join me, as this will be one of the last proclamations that I give as a member. I'd love for my staff to join me. Today is super special. I have the opportunity to recognize a friend, someone that I admire, that's flown all the way from, was it Oakland? Which one was it? From Oakland, California. Thank you so much. From the Bay, excuse me. Please have everyone join us. So in recognition of Cedric Smith, whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Ms. Cedric Smith as an accomplished producer, director, entrepreneur, who has made significant impact in the entertainment industry. With passion for storytelling and a commitment to amplifying marginalized voices, Cedric has established herself as a prominent figure in Hollywood and beyond. Whereas Cedric also has a deep connection for the diaspora. Her work in Ghana includes a Pan-African talk show and a series of documentaries on multinationals doing business in Africa, covering sectors such as education, banking, reducing poverty through agriculture and children. Whereas Cedric's work has also been recognized and celebrated for its authenticity, depth, and social impact. She's also gained critical acclaim for her series, A Love Tale, one of my favorites, the series, which honestly portrays and authentically portrays the LGBTQIA plus love and relationships. Additionally, her feature documentary film, Free Angela and All Political Prisoners, received worldwide acclaim and shed light on the life of the activism of Miss Angela Davis. Thank you. Whereas another one of Cedric's notable achievements is her role as an executive producer on the critically acclaimed film Sylvie's Love. Cedric's involvement in the film showcases her keen eye for exceptional storytelling and her ability to bring impactful stories to life. Cedric's passion, advocacy for diversity and inclusion in the entertainment industry go unrecognized. But today is your special day. Cedric's dedication to storytelling and her commitment to social change have earned her numerous accolades, including awards from prestigious film festivals and an NAACP Image Award. Her work continues to inspire and empower audiences from around the world, making a lasting impact on both the entertainment industry and society. Now there it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of all of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Cedric Smith for your outstanding contributions globally and contributions to the entertainment industry, social advocacy on this day, the 4th day of March, 2024. We salute you. Ms. Smith is joined by her mother and by her family today, and we're going to have, I think her mom say a few words. And
thank you.
All right.
I'm Monique Smith, and I'm Cedric's mother, and I am proud. Thank you, Atlanta.
Okay.
Those who know me know I'm shy.
Okay.
But, you know, the one thing I have to say is when you're doing the work, you never know who's listening, and you never know whose heart you're touching. And I just want to thank you so much, Council Member, for honoring me today, for recognizing me today. for the work that I continue to advocate for within the LGBTQIA+ community, for the work that I continue to advocate for trans women, yes, trans men, homelessness, and I really appreciate it. So thank you. I love Atlanta.
In the great words of Michael, Councilmember Michael Bunn, we're going to do what we do best and take a photo. All right, we're going to come right here to the front. Mom and sisters right here in the front area. We're going to take a picture. Okay, this one. This is for you. All right.
Right, how about that?
Next proclamation is presented by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari. If all of those who are here in recognition of Lifeline's Pets for Life program would please, Ria Pell, please come forward. My bad. All those here for Ria Pell, please come up.
Well,
First, I want to thank y'all for waiting for so long. I appreciate it. Yeah, so it was important that I want to first thank, Ria's partner, Kiki, because Kiki has the second I got elected, we talked about doing this to honor Ria. Just very quickly, for those who did not know Ria Pell, to say that she was a force would be an understatement. Ria was everything. She was a cornerstone of the queer community in taking care of the people who did not have a home or a place to go. You could never miss her because she was larger than life, and you could never catch her outside of a vintage car that she'd probably fixed up herself, and no one made a pair of overalls look so good. We lost Ria some years ago, and I was terrified that Atlanta would lose its entire queer community because she was such a staple in it, that people would feel like they didn't have somewhere to go, because Ria and everything that she did instilled in all of us the true meaning of paying it forward and giving to others what you don't have. She didn't always do it in the in the subtlest of ways, and I would tell stories, but they're not appropriate for this mic. But Ria Pell was and is my heart and has been and is still my home in Atlanta. And the lasting legacy that she's given us on Memorial and throughout Southeast Atlanta is not one I think any of us could forget. And for those who don't know, Ria's procession for her funeral was so long that we were able to do the wave. She was, to say that Ria was loved, or that she showed how many of us, how straight we were not, would also be an understatement. But before we get to reading the proclamation and everything else, I wanted to give Kiki an opportunity to say some words.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you, Liliana, and also council members and also esteemed Atlanta citizens. Thank you for commemorating the birth of a true citizen of Atlanta, beloved chef Ria Pell, my wife. You may know her as the founder of one of Grant Park's most beloved restaurants, Ria's Bluebird. And we have here Julie and Stephen, who both worked with her and are now the owners of that, and have kept up that legacy in the most beautiful way. You may also know her as having won Chopped, the competition show at some point, and also her dinner restaurant, Sauced, or as one of the founders of the Queer Arts Festival, Mondo Homo. She was a true builder of community, loving and uplifting and uniting a diverse group of Atlantans, from skaters and punk rockers to artists and musicians, to queers and chefs and misfits of all kinds. As a stalwart maker of good trouble, she fought for queer and women's rights and racial justice in actions and words, and believed in the liberation of oppressed people everywhere. She showed her big love for the people of Atlanta through soul-nourishing food and street-tested courage. She lived her life in the ways that she encouraged others to do as well, always with passion, always with integrity, and always from the heart. And I would like to thank everyone who was able to be here, and also Amanda.
Julie, you look like you're dying to say something. And yeah, Jason, you go ahead.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, you may not know this, but Rio and you were my neighbor in Boulevard Heights.
That's right.
In the Grant Park neighborhood for many long time. And, you know, just, you all were so welcoming and such great neighbors. And so it was just a tight-knit community. But I especially want to just thank you for introducing me to the breakfast burrito. That is my most favorite of all times at Ria's Bluebird. Ria's Bluebird is just a stalwart in the community. So many people come far and wide to enjoy the great food, but it was what Ria did for the community that stands out more for me. And so just I want to thank you all for honoring her life and her legacy. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you. And also I want to acknowledge again Amanda, who is family and always will be. And something to also be said about Ria, besides the fact that if you haven't had pancakes at Ria's, you're really missing out. But Ria was a home for us who did not have homes. Atlanta, during the recession and before, a lot of us were, like myself included, were queer misfits who had nowhere to go, and Atlanta was the place we escaped to, and it was people like Ria, it was Ria and Kiki, and I say Ria a lot, but also Kiki, that gave us a home and took care of us, and many of us would not be here today, would not be alive, and would not have a home if it wasn't for Ria and Kiki. And knowing that Kiki is still here upholding that legacy and looking at what Stephen and Julie have done with Ria's and keeping that going and keeping that legacy alive, I would chain myself to Ria's before I ever let a developer do anything to it. So that should be said. You are and forever will be my heart, just like she always and forever will be my heart. So that being said, I wanted to go ahead and read this proclamation, which is incredibly cheesy, and Ria would laugh at me if she saw it. Whereas Ria Pell, the pioneering chef and luminary of Atlanta's culinary and queer scene, transcended the boundaries of her profession to become a beacon of creativity, innovation, and inclusivity, crafting dishes that not only animated one's taste buds, but also fostered a sense of community and connection between those who had the pleasure of experiencing her artistry. And whereas Ria was the epitome of hospitality, welcoming all who crossed her path with open arms, infectious laughter, and a warm embrace, doesn't say this, but also a hot meal, creating an atmosphere of warmth, camaraderie, and belonging within her cherished community. And through her renowned establishments, including the landmark Ria's Bluebird and Sauced, Ria Pell enriched the social fabric of our city by providing a welcoming space where individuals from all walks of life could gather, share stories, and forge lasting friendships. And beyond her culinary achievements, Ria Pell was a tireless advocate for marginalized communities, using her platform and influence to champion causes of social justice, equality, and LGBTQIA+ rights, and inspiring others to stand up, speak out, and affect positive change in our society. And through the power of her example, Ria Pell has challenged norms, shattered stereotypes, and ignited conversations on the intersections of food, culture, and social justice. And the legacy of Ria Pell transcends the confines of its physical space, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of Atlanta's cultural landscape, inspiring countless others to embrace their uniqueness, celebrate their diversity, and fight for a more just and equitable society. And whereas her impact extended far beyond the kitchen, as she embraced her role as a mentor, friend, and ally, offering guidance, support, and encouragement to aspiring chefs, activists, and individuals navigating life's complexities with grace, humor, and resilience. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the residents of Atlanta, do hereby recognize this upcoming Sunday, March 10th, 2024, as Ria Pell Day and celebrate her memory. Now our favorite part. We can all take a photo. Sure. And then you're free.
I know.
All right, our final proclamation of the afternoon is going to be presented by Councilmember Antonio Lewis. If all those here in recognition of Lifeline's Pets for Life program would please come up.
Welcome. And Councilmember Matt Chair Westmoreland, it wouldn't be right today because my introduction to Lifeline was through Councilmember Keisha Waits. And so on her last day of council, I want to, if it's okay with you, I want to allow her to actually present this proclamation instead of me. So Councilmember Keisha Waits. Yes, we can. I'll do the first sentence. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize the Lifeline Animal Project, founded in 2002 with the mission of saving every healthy and treatable animal in Atlanta Metro County shelters. And whereas, since Lifeline began managing Fulton County Animal Services, the DeKalb County Animal Services shelter in 2013, the life-saving rates are among the highest of any open admission shelters in the state, with an average save rate of 93%. And whereas Lifeline serves the community by making pet care accessible and affordable through door-to-door Pets for Life outreach and Lifeline veterinarian clinic services, and has provided low-cost and free vaccinations, spray, neuters, microchips, and medical care to thousands of Fulton and DeKalb County residents and RAS. Lifeline develops new programs and services to keep people and pets together, like Safety Net Fostering, Healthy Pets Events, and Stay Together Fund, and RAS.
So I'm excited to announce that I'm actually a client of Lifeline, and so I appreciate everything you do. Again, Lifeline built a community support team during the COVID pandemic to provide emergency pet services, rehoming assistance, support and reunite lost pets with their families, and thereby reduce the number of animals who are unnecessarily entering the shelter. Lifeline has helped over 350,000 animals in the last 2 decades. They provide services to over 40,000 animals annually and has performed 155,000 free, low-cost spay neuter surgeries to date. 3 of those were my pets, including 55,000 outdoor cats throughout its community cat program, Metropolitan's first and largest trap neuter return assistance program. Lifeline has dedicated its mission, programs, and services to improving the quality of life for all animals in shelters and community, help to prevent pet overpopulation, find homes for all healthy and treatable sheltered animals, and to do what it takes to keep people and their pets together. Council member?
Now, therefore, it be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Lifeline Pet for Life program and entrust them to continue their life-saving work to improve the lives of people and pets in the great city of Atlanta on the 4th day of March 2004.
Congratulations.
And I'll ask first if any of my councilmates want to speak.
Everyone, I'll be very brief, but I just want to thank you all for the work that you do and dedication to saving so many animals' lives. I'm a foster failure. My wife and I had a dog for 16 years, Jackson, that we got through Lifeline, and so I know how hard you all work to take care of animals. He was a 90-pound pit bull mix that just brought so much joy to our lives, and he was our first animal, and so this is near and dear to my heart to see you all being honored for the great work that you do, so thank you.
Any other council members want to? All right, so we'll switch over to Lifeline and Miss Rebecca Gwen. Miss Rebecca Gwen, and we'll pass it over to you. Come on.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Whites, thank you so much. This is really an honor, and I know all feel very privileged to be a part of an amazing presentation earlier today for Chief Bell. As was read here, Lifeline does manage Fulton County Animal Services. That means we're animal control here for the city of Atlanta. And we also manage the brand new Fulton County shelter. And about 8,000 pets come in to that shelter every year. And we do everything we can to make sure that any of those pets that can leave the shelter alive do leave that shelter alive. And we have enjoyed some success, but lately it's been more difficult as more and more families feel pressure. That means more and more family members feel pressure, and pets are family members. The reason we're here today really is to talk about some of the work that we do within the community to keep pets from coming into the shelter. And that's no dog or cat walks up to Fulton County Animal Services and knocks on the door and asks to get in. Every single one comes into our care because of the result of some human struggle, and in some cases, some human failure. And it's this team here, our Pets for Life team, that is out in the community day in and day out trying to help people with that struggle so that we can keep those families together, keeping pets and people together. So it's an honor for me to be here with our whole Pets for Life team. Together, they provide services in the community, not in the shelters, but in the community, to over 6,000 pets every year. Free vaccinations, free food, leashes, collars, supplies, spay, neuter, all those things. Anything that you need for your pet in these communities that we focus on in Pets for Life. We'd love this to be animal services of the future, that we're out in the community helping people keep their families together, keeping pets together with the people who love them, rather than the reactive service that we also provide through Fulton County Animal Services. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your support. Councilmember Waits is at all of our events, and I think she enjoys them. It's great to see. Our next, come see us at Healthy Pets Fulton, and that March 23rd at Jackson Memorial Baptist Church. Free vaccinations, vouchers for free spay neuter, free pet food, and we'll probably see about 1,000 pets, and we're happy to see yours.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a hand, everyone. So I have two, my team knows this already, so I have two pets. Their mother went on to glory, and Brittany is very kind and sweet and thoughtful, as you guys know, and then there's Paris, who is a terrorist that we can never control. But again, for those of us who want to care for our pets at the next level, and I don't have children, and so my dogs are my children. And so thanks to you guys, I'm able to provide all the things that I truly desire, regardless of what the cost is. And I know that many of us out in the city of Atlanta benefit from the work you do. So thank you again. To the Post 3 staff, can you join me for a second? This is the last proclamation that I will do from this body. I look forward to doing another one in the future across the street. Lifeline, thank you again. To my team, just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you do and for preparing the proclamations and for everything you've done for the city of Atlanta. Congratulations to everyone. Let's take a photo. All right, so we're gonna go with Lifeline and then we're gonna get the team last.
All right, thank you to all of those who presented and received proclamations this afternoon. Okay. Next up on our agenda are remarks by the public. Those who signed up ahead of today's meeting will each have 2 minutes to speak unless they have been yielded time. We are going to start this afternoon with James Davenport, who will have 2 minutes, followed by Mark Puick, I believe. Apologies if I've mispronounced that. But James Davenport, followed by...
Mr. Westmoreland,
yes, sir.
Before my time starts, I have some flyers to give to each council member. Also, I need to make a special request. I had sort of an emergency. My car was stolen. I had to even go through Chief Shearbon to get a warrant application submitted. Okay. So this happened more than 3 weeks ago Friday. 2 copies. So, Mr. Westmoreland, and what I'm asking for, if you allow me 2 extra minutes. I mean, I've been in a real fog lately, and due to this emergency about my car being missing, the police was not going to write it up as a theft because I know this person. And since I had allowed them to use the car before, they were not going to do it. So I talked with Judge Kirk. She told me what to do. This morning, I had to rush down and do the application for a warrant. So would you please allow me 2 extra minutes?
Mr. Davenport, we're going to follow the rules of council, which afford you 2 minutes, but I will speak to you personally after today's meeting to cover anything else that we don't.
I did already sign up since you already know because of, okay.
Please proceed.
Okay, first give an honor to God, who oftentimes called my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. The literature that you all are receiving, as you know, I've mentioned concerning my brother's death. Last time I spoke to you, I let you know that I was asking for a day of awareness for December 13th, that you all submit that proclamation, and moving forward every December 13th, that you all acknowledge that as Hit and Run Pedestrian Fatality Day. I was a speaker in 2019 with along with Mabel Thomas, Marcus Coleman, who you all know. He also had a nephew that was killed just like my brother was. So I'm begging you all to actually, at least follow suit to make this day happen. I've submitted to the DeKalb County. We have something that's supposed to be on the floor with the state legislature very soon, if not today. I am going to do the same thing with the president. So this is nothing new. I've been on this since 10 years ago when my brother was killed.
Thank you,
I've
sir.
been dealing with this situation.
Your time has expired, but as we talked about, I'll make sure that we speak to you after the meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next up, Mark Puick, 2 minutes. Followed by Ms. Andre Jordan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And it's a pleasure standing before you all today. My name is Mark Quick.
Here we go.
Some of you may be familiar with me. I suffered a serious accident about a year ago. And part of the reason why I'm here is to extend my gratitude for your support helping me through my recovery. The financial burden that was placed on me and my family was relieved by your support and your contributions to the GoFundMe and other sources. I just wanted to extend my personal gratitude to Councilman Boone. She introduced some legislation to help good first responders. And I also wanted to extend my gratitude to Councilman Shook. The contribution and gift allowed me to stand a bit taller today. I am hoping to return back to the force, hopefully in a month or 2. My wife and I just, we can't thank you enough. We've raised 3 kids, but the youngest was a bit impacted by it all. But again, thank you, and God bless you, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Thank you, Mr. Quick. Next up is Ms. Andre Jordan, followed by Temperance Blythe.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God to everyone that's here. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Matthew 10, chapter 33rd verse. If I deny what Jesus has done in me, how can I give it to you? Confess me means the knowledge that you belong to Jesus. The large income was created for your protection. If you deny the income to be in my hands, if you deny the income to be in my hands, how can I help you? Ye adulterers and adulteresses, you know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God. James 4th chapter 14 verse. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, after glory hath he sent me unto the nations, which spoiled you. For he that trusteth you, trusteth the apple of his eye. Zechariah 2nd chapter 8 verse. Its message is that the future Jerusalem will ever spread its boundaries, and that God will be its protector. He, therefore, that ministers to you the Spirit and worketh miracles among you, doeth he it by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith? Galatians 3rd chapter 5th verse. Ministries or supplies, God gives the Spirit to new converts and worketh miracles among the readers, not because of the works of the law, but as result of the hearing of faith. The gift Jesus worked through me was not by your law. It was done by his Spirit, the Holy Ghost, for Christ's glory. And I want to live to give Christ the glory because he's all that I need. Can't no one protect us like Christ can.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Next speaker is Temperance Blythe, followed by Nate Bailey. Due to yielded time, Mr. Bailey will have 10 minutes.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing well.
I got my notes. Yeah, how is the referendum coming along for Cop City? Has that started the counting, the petition? No, have we? All right, y'all's system is running really great. You're doing a really great job, super efficient. Your legal system is going really well. People are getting indicted without hearings. I hear your system is still down. Fulton County prison system still down. That really sucks. And there's more flooding now, which I guess isn't related to cops, but every time the cops harass people, it floods more. I don't know. Unrelated. Honestly, I'm over it. I think I'm kind of in favor of Cop City at this point. It seems like fun. I don't know, y'all don't know this, but I don't have a lot of job opportunities. Like, I thought about doing crimes, but obviously, like, drugs are so bad, so I would never do marijuana or anything or sell that to make money, but I could become a cop. Like, that seems pretty easy, you know? I could, like, kick down doors, you know? I could, like, shoot people if they were mean to me. I could harass people. I could run red lights. You know, and if I got to be on Cop City, I could like fly a helicopter. I heard that if you test too high on IQ scores that they don't let you be a cop, but that wouldn't be a problem for me because I don't test too well, you know? So I do feel like building Cop City would be super great. I would absolutely, or I could just like get a job in the government and like stare at paperwork until my eyes bleed. How are y'all enjoying that? Are they counting the petition? No? No?
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Nate Bailey, who due to yielded time has 10 minutes, followed by Devin Parrington Ward with 2.
Afternoon, council members. Nate Bailey, president of Atlanta Professional Firefighters. It's been a really tough week for us. We've had a couple Maydays. We had 2 serious firefighter injuries, one this morning, one yesterday morning. One firefighter is going to have surgery on both of his legs. Another firefighter had 3rd-degree burns on his arms. And we've had 2 Maydays over 7 days. We've had multiple close calls. It's been a terrible, terrible week for us. As you all know, we've been working. I'm going to get back to the injuries and why what we're about to talk about is so important. You all know in 2021, we spent about 4 months working on the Firefighter Mediation Act for the council members that were here. And it went into committee. It was held for a few months. We discussed it with the administration, the city attorney. It was passed. And then we met with the HR commissioner that's no longer here. And then we eventually put the city on notice in early 2022. We met and conferred with the former HR commissioner, with the fire chief, the labor relations manager of the city, and the CFO. We had multiple meet and confer sessions for collective bargaining purposes, and then we got ghosted. And that's, when you recall, that's when we came down here with all the firefighters and said, what's going on? So then the chief of staff took over. We finished bargaining with the chief of staff and the CFO and the fire chief, and we came to an agreement after our bargaining session. And the mayor, it's still on the city website, the mayor's office put out a notice that we came to an agreement, and they thanked us and we thanked them, and everything was great. But when it came to getting the actual contract, the written piece, we were told, well, there's a change at the HR commissioner position. Wait till the new HR commissioner arrives. So we did, and we met with her, and everything's great. And we put the city on notice again in the spring of 2023. And we met with the entire cabinet. Like, anyone who could make a decision on operations or finance or policy was in the room. We met and conferred. We discussed policy. One of the contentious issues was we wanted a certain number of staffing on the trucks, and the administration said, we don't want to commit to that. And we talked with the chief and said, well, we can come up with some language where we will at least try to hire up to a certain number. After that meeting, we got ghosted. And then, if you recall, the payroll situation hit it went full-blown crazy, so we had to focus on that. And we decided as a board, again, we got to quit being too nice. We are way too freaking nice. We said, let's help them fix this payroll problem. And I know some of y'all know about what I'm talking about. It would have shut this place down. It wouldn't have been in a consent agenda. It would have been a bunch of special call meetings, and the reserve fund, you can forget about it. It was a monster. The IFF said, we've never seen anything this bad. And we said, what do? We dig in with them, we work alongside with them, and we fix it. So for a year straight, our board and about 20 other firefighters have worked alongside Human Resources to fix a monster of a payroll problem. And we've been in the trenches together. Like, if we have to put our Human Resources folks and our payroll folks through that again, they're gonna quit. So we went through all that. We even spent $100,000 of our own association money to audit payroll problems and help the city. And the goal was, let's keep what this administration is going to be bringing on the table, because if you file a major lawsuit, everything shuts down. It's over. So we said, let's dig in the trenches and help them fix it. After this, they'll be ready to negotiate. Like, they'll be ready to sit down. Hey, let's do some terms. And so I got an email on Friday at 5 o'clock that is even questioning if we're the bargaining unit, questioning our existence, questioning our bylaws, if we have a no strike clause. Anyone who knows anything about the IFF knows we can't strike. We're public servants. That we covered this in 2021. That ordinance was very important to us, and it was held in committee for months, and I know we were virtual. Everything was virtual, but we discussed this. The city legal department was on all the calls. And so we've actually met and conferred and bargained with the city twice. They didn't finish the process. So we took the high road and said, we'll fix the payroll problem. It's a monster. So then that brings us to now. We put the city on notice 2 weeks ago. We don't want to bargain right now because we're tired. We know HR and all their folks are tired. We're in the middle of finishing up the payroll problems. But we had to put them on notice, because if we don't fix the internal fire department human resource policies, we're going to have to do it again. We're going to have to, and they'll quit. And our firefighters aren't going to put up with it. So we had to put the city on notice again, and the whole contract's going to be a policy. The budget items are already decided because they did a pay study. We're not worried about budget items. We want to fix internal policies so the city doesn't get sued. Because what we figured out through this entire process is, Every dollar that goes out, we can't fight over it. But if we leave money in the fund, we can all debate over it. So we thought, what good stewards we can be. And it gets worse. Just a week ago, we gave them an ordinance amendment package that our attorneys went over every policy and said, hey, these are some things the city needs to look at because it could be a liability. And we said, we'll work on these in the contract. That way, any outside attorney won't even come knocking because they're like, they've tightened it up so much, there's nothing to sue over. So we gave them this a week ago, and then we get an email on Friday. And the reason I'm here, because we would have just handled this legally, but the reason I'm here is there was something in the email that said, well, y'all don't really represent all firefighters. The work we did on payroll, every single firefighter is going to benefit. We just got an email last Wednesday that, the software issue, the little glitch, well, $711,000 is about to be paid out to our firefighters. And every firefighter, whether they're a member or not, is going to get paid. And the top person isn't a member of the association, but he's a good friend of mine. And you know who our biggest cheerleaders are? The ones that aren't the members of the association. Because they always say, hey, I appreciate what you're doing. I'm not paying dues, but I appreciate you. And I called him and I said, hey, man, I think you're going to like this. Like all the work we did is we're starting to close those chapters. Those buckets of all those issues we're closing out, and we dug in with the city. They would never have been able to solve this without us, and we couldn't have solved it without them. It was teamwork. And now I feel like there's deception. We don't care about budget items right now. They're doing a pay study. We want to fix the internal issues so they don't happen again. Because last year was hell. I mean, we had the truck problems and we got all this payroll stuff we had to do. It was tough. Guys didn't take vacations. They took time away from their families. We took our association money and helped the audit, because if you've ever done data entry, it's a nightmare, especially when you're having to pull numbers from everywhere. Like, we did this together with them. And now they're challenging everything about us. We've already met and conferred with the city. I've got a letter that says we met and came to an agreement. They questioned our bylaws. We gave this to them in 2021. I don't understand, what the issue is. And other stuff we want to talk about in bargaining, for those of you that came to the academy, the academy went over equipment. Do you remember the thermal imaging cameras? We need them. We want to make sure they're in there before July 1st, because we don't want to go to finance in October and say, hey, sorry, it's us again. We need some more money. We don't want to do that. We want to work I almost said something bad. We want to work as hard as we can until July 1st, and then not bother y'all, and y'all can take vacations in the summer. HR can take vacations. We don't like having to make sudden calls and calling y'all on the weekends or at night about issues. That's why this bargaining is so important. And we have all the notes from all the bargaining sessions. There was terms of employment that were discussed. We had a calendar. We would meet, and then we wouldn't finish. And now there's 2 other employee groups that have MOUs that got those after we passed this ordinance. What is the deal? Like, I've got all the evidence they need, but I don't know how we were decided as the bargaining unit. That's on the last HR commissioner and the labor manager. But what I need from y'all, my specific ask is, if they want a secret ballot, it has to be done next week, right here. And they're going to call every firefighter up here, and they're going to vote on who the representative is. Because we got to bargain to fix the issues. If not, we'll be going through payroll problems again. We can't do it. We got firefighters that are getting injured every day. We've got problems, okay? We want to address them, and I know the administration doesn't like this. I get it. Well, if you don't want me to come right here, meet with us. Let's meet together in rooms that, like sensible adults, and talk, and then figure this out. But I'm going to see what DC says in our legal, but we might be voting next week. I'm tired of this, and our guys are ready to negotiate. It's been going on 3 years. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Next speaker is Devin Barrington Ward, followed by Christopher Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Unfortunately, our colleagues, our representatives down at the State Assembly have been making some very unfortunate votes, and we know that's not oftentimes a surprise to many of you all here at the City Council, but one of those votes that was recently taken by the State House of Representatives will now put our immigrant family and friends, members in our community, undocumented folks in our community, more at risk of intimidation, more at risk of being fearful, more at risk of not feeling like they are welcome in this city. And so my hope is that Atlanta will continue to push back on these type of policies that we know is a stain on our city. At the state capitol, they're down there working against LGBTQ folks, they're working against undocumented folks, they're working against the democratic process, and the City Council here in the City of Atlanta needs to stand in opposition and antithetical to that. So what I have here today, if folks could come so they could circulate this around to council members, is a draft resolution urging the mayor and the chief of police to explore all available options to resist the implementation of the new legislation that enables increased cooperation between our local public safety personnel and federal immigration authorities. Federal immigration is a federal jurisdiction. It is a federal responsibility to enforce, and we shouldn't be doing things that are going to cause harm to the relationships that our members of our community have with public safety personnel. It's not just police. We're talking about fire. We're talking about any representative of our local government will now be looked with suspicion by folks in our immigrant and undocumented community because they will feel that this could potentially lead to deportation or aggressive action being taken to them. And most of the folks that are in this community are hardworking and they help make Atlanta run. So it is my hope that a council member will see this and will introduce it on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christopher Cross, who will be followed by Ken Roebling.
Good evening.
Evening.
I was going to get my notes, but I'm going to just go off the head with this, right? Everybody that I run to for help, pretty much push it on the next person. Oh, they need to deal with this, they need to deal with that. Listen. The world stops, right? The world stops when they have sex trafficking of a 2-year-old little girl and my baby mother and 2 cold case homicides of a family member that I lost. The world stops. Liliana Bacardi, Byron Amos, I did my homework on y'all. I support y'all, Mr. Antonio Lewis, Miss Boone. Listen, I see y'all genuineness. My name is Christopher Cross, the whole downtown know. The mayor office got 4 complaints. I got 4 complaints at the mayor office. Nothing is done about this. Everybody like, oh, this ain't a problem. The world stops when they got sex trafficking. When I walk into a police building, federal and local, and say, hey, I need to talk to an investigator about my baby mama and my 2-year-old little daughter tied up in a sex trafficking ring and 2 cold case homicides, point blank period. You're gonna see an investigator. I'm gonna talk to somebody. It's no way possible they're gonna send me out the building without talking to anybody. You see what I'm saying? I go to the Russell building and I have it recorded. I have 9 phones recordings because this is not. It feel like I'm living a nightmare. And federal agents following me and harassing me, and the world don't know that these people have stingrays that they send decoy vans out, plumbing vans that steal Wi-Fi, that steal your calls. I call 1-800-CALL FBI. I call the lawyer office. They steal the call.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. Next speaker is Ken Roebling, followed by Dr. Dewan Robinson, who due to yielded time will have 10 minutes. And then our final speaker of the day is Derrico Blassingame.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Ken Roebling. Some of you have mentioned something about a part-time job. Do not think that what you are doing is a job, part-time or otherwise. There is no time clock. You have a responsibility. It is to your voters, the taxpayers, and your constituents. I have mentioned you are a mix of many areas of the world. You can make an important difference in Atlanta. I have seen much improvement in the last 6 months. So, I predict some of you will move on to higher office. I don't know who, but your experience in Atlanta will prepare you for that office, but you have to hold the line on corruption. That is still an important piece. I mentioned earlier that 2024 is going to be a tough year. Well, you're 1/6 of the way through that tough year, and you're still here. So that's good news. I have faith that you will come through it with great accomplishments. Good luck.
Why, thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Dewan Robinson, who has 10 minutes, and then our final speaker of the day is Mr. Blassingame.
Afternoon, Council. Mr. Wetmore, man, you look good as the President of Council. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job.
Appreciate it.
Last week, we had an event at the Honorable, I just can't say C.T. Martin because Councilman Boone will tell me I didn't say the Honorable C.T. Martin Gymnasium with the Procurement Office. Mr. Jadid and I put together this thing, and he wanted to do it around Black History Month, Mr. Bond. When they put it together, within 2 hours, Councilman Waits, it was filled, no more registration room. And it goes to show that if we bring City Hall to the community, people will show up. Because this is my first time seeing a CPO that is accessible, out in the hallways, speaking to people. And I just think that other departments should take notice because there was a very valuable thing in that coming out to the community, letting suppliers understand how to bid on contracts, where to go look at, what's available, what's not available. When do you need to be a joint venture? When do you need to get with a prime or a sub? How that things operate? Because coming in City Hall, which I come in here almost every day, you ask certain people down there, they couldn't tell you what the Department of Procurement is. They couldn't tell you nothing about it. So when you come out to the community, it does great for the people overall because Maynard, your father, Marvin Arrington Sr., so many black, white, gay, straight, everybody played a part in making sure that minority participation is at 30%. But we're not getting it. For some reason, the minorities are not getting the 30%, whether or not they qualify to bid on it, so whether or not the process is too enormous for them, and they can't reach it. But we got to do a better job in making sure we get it. And I would like to thank Mr. Jadid for playing his part in just making sure minorities get it, because he always say, I too am a minority. I started at the bottom, putting the bags on the plane. So we have a person in leadership that's actually started from the bottom. Nothing was given to him. So I just want to thank you for that, sir. I know you didn't know I was going to say this. And to my 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, I see Ms. Hickson over there. During the time of Deacon Holloman, and when his family came down here during his death and they was asking for city council help about the video footage, in my emotions standing with the family on whom I've been knowing my whole life about the tape, I called Ms. Hickson, who's the head attorney for the city, a liar about the tape. I gave her an apology in transportation, but since I said that in full council and I see that she's there, I also do want to apologize because oftentimes we forget that council members, city attorneys are also residents of Atlanta. Whether they feel a certain way or not, they still have to do their job, and we get caught up because we may not like the results of what's going on because the law is the law and they have to uphold that, and we may not like it if it's not in our favor at times. And so I was caught up in that moment. So Ms. Hickson, I do want to give you another apology. I know you don't care, but I called you a liar as a professional, and you indeed was not lying in that moment, and you're not a liar. So I apologize for that once again. Great proclamation today. from Councilman Boone and Councilman Bond when it comes to our chief, Eldrin Bell, who I've been knowing my whole life. I'm bringing it up because in his speech, he said, which I've always said oftentimes, Chief Bell said that the guy that made him chief, he had to go against a few times, and that was Maynard Jackson. But oftentimes, we get so thin-skinned that we don't like when somebody in the public disagree with you guys. It happens. I can disagree. I don't like that Councilmember Faroki, as the chair, never asked the airport the question I wanted him to ask. But when I heard he had a daughter, hey, man, congratulations on your daughter, man. Known to been a healthy baby. I'm now in his time away to be with his family. You know what I'm saying? I would like to send him my love and respect for all that. I cannot like what you do or don't do up here, but that has nothing to do with your personal life. Welcome back, Councilmember Liliana. I know you had to step away for whatever reason. Welcome back, you know? So I just wish that we don't take it so personal because you guys asked to run for office and you are in the spot where you are judged by the fruits of your labor. And the fruits of your labor is when you're a council member, a mayor, chairperson, whatever you are. You have a right to be criticized by those who vote for you. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a super voter. I have a right to be upset. You know what I'm saying? If I feel you're in the wrong or something, you won't speak out on something. Like, we gotta stop being friends with the people that we see walking around City Hall and we can't hold them accountable. Mr. Lewis, if you gave me a job, instead of me saying, Antonio Lewis, my friend, I'm not gonna come to work because he won't fire me, I'm gonna show up to work every day to make you look good. I'm gonna do the opposite. I can only make you look good if I come. I'm not gonna be lazy and take that friendship for granted and say, no, I don't have to come to work. No, man, we gotta stop doing that. So it's been like, in the 2 years that Mayor Dickens has been mayor, I've never heard nobody call, what is our COO name? Lisa Gordon. She's the highest paid person in the city. And we will not say nothing, like we won't say, hey, Ms. Gordon, this is under your umbrella, come over here, let's talk to you. We will not do that. Why? Man, we got the firefighter union in here crying, not crying, being mistreated, and we doing this like, come on, man. I bring so many people down here and some are scared they won't come, but we got the IFF coming down here saying, so they're being mistreated. Come on, man. We can't do that, man. Like I always say, we've had nothing but a black mayor and majority black city councilman since I've been born. And we still fight for this same old stuff that King was killed for in '68. We still fight for these same old things, for these same old sanitation, watershed, airport maintenance. We fight for this same stuff here in Atlanta, but with the black Mecca. Come on, man, we can't do that, man. Ms. Mary Norwood, I'm still arguing with folks whenever I be on social media talking, oh, you voted and led folks to vote for that white lady. Sure did, because you know why? When I talked to you, guess what you told me, Ms. Norwood? You said, DeJuan, I don't understand this side of town. I don't want to say nothing offensive, so I don't want people to think that I'm disconnected and I don't care, so I need help over there. And I talked to you about Park and Rec. I said, that's the heartbeat of any black city, you know what I'm saying, to have young black kids, a place to go late at night, because sometimes that may be their only meal, that may be their safe haven. You say, hey, consider it done, let's talk about it. Hey, that's a priority of yours, I make that a priority of mine. So yes, I wanted to go with her because she said, hey, I will help your community if you care about that. Not saying the other administration wouldn't have done it, but I didn't even get a chance to have a conversation. So for me, it doesn't matter who willing to help my community, whether you black, white, Asian, gay, straight, it doesn't matter. It takes all of us as a collective to make this city go. Because if you have everybody on Bankhead, Simpson Road, and Cleveland Avenue as the have-nots, and everybody in Buckhead and Midtown as the haves, where do you think they're going to rob and break into? They come into Buckhead and Midtown. Not saying that Bankhead has to be where Buckhead is. There's a big wealth gap that we will never get there. We just want access. We just don't want to be overlooked on that side of town. So right now, we're #1 in America, Mr. Juan, for income inequality. Down there where you live and down there where Ms. Norwood live, I think the average income is like 86,000 or 92. Where I'm from, where Ms. Boone live and represent, where Mr. Amos represent, The average income is $16,000 to $17,000. This is a big gap. We would never, like I said, we would never get to that $86,000 average income up there. We would never get it, and it's okay. But when we make a decision, we have to understand that when you oppress the poor so much, they can't take from the poor. They can only go up north where they feel like there's prosperity is and wreak havoc and cause crime. So we have to always remember that when we're making laws and when we're not holding certain people accountable. Nobody should be friends to the point where we can't hold them accountable. Ms. Boone, it's in your blood. Your father was down here fighting those of his best friends that was mayor. Mr. Bond, it's in your blood. Mr. Amos, you born and raised in an area where I don't even know some of the stuff, and you can quote stuff. I mean, you can remember these buildings and where it was, you know that. And there's a value in all of that because we don't expect Atlanta to go back where it used to be, but you got to have certain people in position to know the history where they can correct you sometime and say, no, this is not how it is now. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? This is how Atlanta was, and we need to try to keep it somewhat like that. And Mr. Shook, I didn't realize until I went to CT last year and I looked at it, you're a statesman on here, man. You're just like CT was. You know what I'm saying? You're a dean on council, man. And sometimes I may call you out because I may not agree, but I do respect your time of service. And I want that knowledge that, man, you know what I'm saying, that you are considered a dean on council and that, you know what I'm saying, deserve respect and honor, sir.
Thank you, sir. Final speaker of the day, Mr. Glassingame. Going once. All right. Thank you to the members of the public for expressing your comments today. Next up on our agenda is the report of the Journal.
Good afternoon. I, Corinne Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, February 19, 2024 are true and correct.
Next is communications.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. First item is 24C 5040.
Actually, Ms. Lindo, 1 second. We need to take a vote to accept the report of the Journal. All right. I will entertain a motion which has been made by Mr. Lewis, second by Ms. Bakhtiari, on unanimous consent of members present. There are 12 of us.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Next up is communications.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. First item is 24C 5040. This is a communication from Municipal Clerk Corinne Lindo submitting a report of administrative corrections made to previously approved legislation between the regular council meeting dates of February 19, 2024 and March 4, 2024 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-275 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. The ordinances or the legislation are 23O 1541 and 23R 4661. President Pro Tem, if I may take items number 2 and 3 as a block.
Without objection, the recommendation of item number 1 is to accept and file.
That's correct.
Items 2 and 3 without objection can be taken as a block.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Item number 2 is 24C 5041. This is a communication from Council Members Destin Hillis, District 9, Andrea O'Boone, District 10, Marcia Collier Overstreet, District 11, Antonia Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at large, appointing Ms. Elizabeth Hollister to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Procurement Reform Task Force. Item number 3 is 24C 5042. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. John N. Bay to serve Esquire to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta Procurement Reform Task Force. Staff recommendation is to refer to Finance Executive Committee and Committee on Council.
Without objection, let it follow that course.
Item number 4 is 24C 5043. This is a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Shakita Smith to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities Committees and Committee on Council.
Without objection, let it follow that course.
Item number 5 is 24C 5044. This is a communication from Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, reappointed Ms. Maria Williams to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Committee on Council.
Without objection, let it follow that course.
That concludes the communications of President Pro Tem.
Is there any consideration of vetoed legislation?
No.
there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Colleagues, next on our agenda is consent agenda section 1. Before I entertain a motion, I will entertain any items that need to be removed. Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have two. The first item is on page 5, item 6. It's 24-0-1054. Again, on page 5, item 6, 24-1054. And the second one is page 6, number, I'm sorry. That's right. Page 6, number 11, 24-0-1089. Again, page 6, number 11, 24-10-1089.
Any other items that need to be pulled? All right. I will now entertain a motion on the consent agenda without items 24-0-1054 and 24-0-1089. That's been motioned by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. If we can open. Welcome. Motion by Lewis, second by Bakhtiari. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The consent agenda is adopted. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda section 2. These items will be referred to their respective committees before coming back to us. I will entertain that motion. Motion by Wan, second by Norwood. Please open that vote if there's no discussion.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are referred. That takes us to report of standing committees, which begins on page 19. First committee is the City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis. Mr. Lewis, do you have a report?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. No report from Utilities today. Thank you.
Awesome. Next committee, Community Development Human Services Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Councilmember Westmoreland. No report.
You. Next up, Transportation Committee. Councilmember Amos, Chair.
Got the mic on. There we go. Two items. One was just pulled off of the consent agenda, item number 24-1054, ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits and amend by Transportation Committee to rename Finley Avenue Northwest to Brittany Glover Drive Northwest to waive certain provisions in sections 138-8 of the City Atlanta Code of Ordinance and for other purposes.
Thank you. The item comes favorably because it was on consent.
Correct.
So the motion is to adopt. Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. What do we call you, Mr. President? Ad valorem, ad hoc.
Out of retirement, pitch hitter, the best you got.
Mr. President, minor league. Colleagues, I'm going to make a substitute motion to refer this back to committee. While I appreciate the discussion and debate around this, I understand that there still are a couple of steps that have not been completed, including, most importantly, an MPU vote. And so rather than miss that, I think we're better served by just sending it back to committee, letting that process work its way, and then continue the discussion in committee.
A substitute motion on the floor to refer back to committee. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Norwood. Mr. Lewis.
I would just like to know the reason that we're sending this back. I apologize because I was in the transportation meeting and no one said anything about this and it passed with flying colors, and then when the family was there, I just don't want to put out false hope because that family, they left feeling very strong that.
Sure. And I said it when I made the motion to refer it back. There are a couple of steps in the process that have not been completed, including, most importantly, an MPU vote. I think that is important to do and respect our community for. And you'll recall, too, I was not able to attend the Transportation Committee. I would have raised it during committee, but I wasn't there.
Any other speakers?
Thank you, Mr.
Ms. Waits.
President, Chairman. On behalf of Brittany Glover's mother, I'd like to ask for favorable consideration at the appropriate time after the measure has had the opportunity to be voted on by the NPU body. And so I want to thank all of my colleagues who did support this measure. Councilmember Amos and your staff for coming out to the many meetings to which we have had surrounding this conversation. I know that recently we had a public hearing, and that was my understanding that we had met all of the measures necessary. But nonetheless, I am fully in support of sending this to the NPU and look forward to favorable support from the NPU. Thank you so much, Councilmember Juan.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Just making sure I know this is, want to make sure this is District 3, right? So
Yes, sir.
how does the, if you don't mind me asking, I apologize. I know we try to be district specific. So if something like this comes through District 12, I would prefer if a district council member does not do
Indeed, the District 3 council members at the mic.
Yes, I have had extensive conversations with the author of the paper and shared my concerns as well, but it went through the committee and the public hearing, and it got to us as such. Also talked to Councilmember Juan, and one of the concerns I had, in which I shared with the author, was the waiving of certain processes. But I guess Mr. Pro Tem, Ed's new guy in charge, we're actually pulling, I don't know how we take a minute, where there were certain restrictions waived. We want to pull the legislation to see exactly what those were. Because if we waived in committee the NPU process, then the committee was comfortable with waiving that process. I just want to make sure we know exactly what processes we waived, and the clerk is pulling it up now so we know exactly.
Thank you, Councilman Amos.
All right, so I had a motion on the floor and a second to refer this back to committee, where presumably we could address those issues.
So I was just told the NPU process still has to happen because that was not waived. So I guess it would be appropriate to send it back to committee as it goes through that process.
That is the motion on the floor. Ms. Waits.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm again very much supportive of sending it back to the committee for whatever process that needs to occur. The challenge that I have with this is that this particular measure has been before the body for a considerable amount of time. And in addition to the fact that we held a public hearing most recently and none of these issues were raised. So that's the only challenge that I have. And again, on behalf of the family, it is my hope that at the appropriate time, we would have favorable support. And I look forward to coming back and visiting with this body to continue to advocate on behalf of the Glover family.
All hearts and minds seem to agree. Mr. Bond, do you have a comment? No. All right, let's open that vote.
One moment. One moment, President Pro Tem. Just one moment, we're having a bit of technical difficulties. The vote is open.
Mr. Amos needs to record his vote, and Ms. Waits has left the floor.
The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. That item is referred. Next item.
Yes, sir. Item number 24-0-1092. Read this caption. An ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to execute amendment number 1 to the lighting agreement services agreement with Georgia Power Company to add funding for the installation and additional street lighting infrastructure and upgrading of existing street lights as part of the city's continued partnership with the GPC on the Light Up the Night initiative in an amount not to exceed $3,942,144.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes. This was forwarded to us under condition that the Transportation Committee will receive certain items from City of Atlanta Department of Transportation. That condition has not been met, to my understanding. It has. Okay, it has been met. I'm sorry. Calm down. It has been met. Motion is to adopt.
Got a motion on the floor to adopt. Is there a second? Second by Winston. Any discussion? If not, please open that vote.
One moment, President Pro Tem.
Ms. Norwood is an aye. And Waits is also an aye.
One moment, please. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The item is adopted. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. End of report.
Next up, Finance Executive Committee Chair, Mr. Shook.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tempore. We have 2 communications. I would like to take them as a block with your permission.
Without objection.
24C 5027 is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report on council expense and carry-forward accounts. 24C 5028 is a communication from Daniel Hampton, submitting the performance audit report on efficiency of the procurement process. The motion is to accept and file.
Motion is to accept and file on items 1 and 2. Any discussion? If not, please open that vote.
One moment, President Pro Tem. We're having, again, some technical difficulties. One moment, please. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
I believe Mr. Dozier asked for his vote to be reflected in the affirmative. So 13 yeas, 0 nays. Next item.
Thank you. We have a resolution 24R 3186, resolution by Shook as substituted by FEC, requesting that the mayor takes into consideration and funds priorities that the Atlanta City Council recommends being included in the FY 2025 budget and for other purposes. Colleagues, you've all received a copy of what emerged favorably from committee, and I believe Ms. Bakhtiari would like to amend this with an addition.
Ms. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Ms. Councilmember, thank you. I would like to propose an amendment to the substitute, just adding under the priority category of housing, a neighborhood-based public-private partnership program to mitigate and reverse chronic homelessness. Everyone should have a copy of it.
Indeed. Motion to approve coming from Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Shook.
Yes.
With the paper before us, Councilmember Bakhtiari would now like to make a motion to amend.
Thank you.
Is there a second to that amendment? Second from Councilmember Winston. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, please open that vote.
One moment, President Pro Tem, please. We're having some technical difficulties, but you may continue to vote, proceed to vote. And we'll see if the pictures come up after the vote is cast. President Pro Tem, if we may do that vote via roll call.
We sure will. Councilmember Winston, Amos, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Juan, Shook, Norwood, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis, Bond, Westmoreland, and I. Waits. 13 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment is before us. Any other amendments or discussions on the item? All right, we have an item. We have a motion to approve as amended. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Winston, Amos, Dozier, Bakhtiari, Juan, Shook, Norwood, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis, Bond, Westmoreland, and I. Waits. 13 yeas, 0 nays. The item is adopted as amended. Okay. And And from here on out, we're all going to say the word aye instead of present. Does that conclude the report? So it does. Next on the agenda is the Committee on Council. Chair Bakhtiari. Yes. Oh.
Councilmember Dozier, you present?
We do need a moment.
All right, for members of the public, we're having screen difficulties. The amendment was adopted, as was the paper, by a 13-0 unanimous vote of members present. Now we're moving on to the Committee on Council report.
Thank you. Pitch hitter, is that the correct term? Thank you. If there are no objections, I would like to take items 1 through 4 as a block.
Without objection.
Item number 1, 24-C-5021, a communication from council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Faroki, District 2, and Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Ms. Kristen Thomas to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the historian category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 2, 24-C-5022, a communication from Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6, appointing Ms. Ashley Keys to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 3, 24-C-5023, a communication from Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2, appointing Ms. Jan Bryson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. And item number 4, 24-C-5025, a communication from Councilmembers Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, and Alex Wan, District 6, appointing Ms. Amanda Baxter to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. The motion is to confirm/adopt.
Thank you. The motion on these 4 items is favorable by unanimous consent of members present. Is there any objection to using unanimous consent? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk.
12 yeas, 0 nays. President Pro Tem.
12 yeas, 0 nays. These items are adopted. Item number 5.
Thank you. 24-R-3286, resolution by Committee on Council reappointing Mr. Mike Howell as the Atlanta City Council appointee to the Board of Directors of the Boulevard Community Improvement District for a term of 4 years and for other purposes. This item was referred to Committee Development and Human Services. Item number 6, 24-R-3287, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to reappoint Ms. Danielle Hampton to the City of Atlanta Audit Committee as one of the 3 at-large members appointed by the entire City Council, said term to begin upon approval of this resolution and for other purposes. And this item was referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm moving on to...
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Unanimous consent of members present. I count 10, Madam Clerk. The motion is to refer to the respective committees. That's 12.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays, President Pro Tem.
12 yeas, 0 nays for items 5 and 6. Item number 7.
Thank you. 24-R-3247, a resolution by Councilmember Andre L. Boone requesting that all city departments provide to the Office of the Municipal Clerk the names and contact information for any persons responsible for providing staffing, administrative support, and/or city advisement and connectivity to boards, authorities, commissions, committees, or other similar bodies by no later than June 30th, 2024, and for other purposes. This item was found favorable, and the motion is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. We got to do a rapid fire, colleagues. Councilman Winston. Amos. Dozier. Bakhtiari.
Aye.
Juan. Shook. Say, wait. Aye. Shook, aye. Norwood. Aye. Boone. Overstreet. Lewis. Councilman Bond. Westmoreland is an aye. Councilman Waits.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted.
And that concludes our business from this morning's Committee on Council meeting. And also just want to say thank you to colleagues. We now officially have a quorum for our Commission on Women. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Next committee is the Zoning Committee. The report will be presented by Vice Chair Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Okay. I am Vice Chair Marcy Collier Overstreet. This is our zoning report. Everyone turn in your agendas to page 42. And let's get started. President Pro Tem, I'll start with number 1.
Okay, that's a good place to start.
Legislative number 23-0-1708. Case number Z-23-82. Location 470 Candler Park Drive, Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone the Old Stone Church from R4 Single Family Residential to R4 LBS Single Family Residential Landmark Building Site. Item number 1 is favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
Motion is to adopt. Winston. Amos. Dozier. Bakhtiari. Juan. Shook. Norwood is not here. Boone. Aye. Overstreet.
Aye.
Councilmember
On
Lewis.
motion.
Yeah, the motion. Councilmember Lewis. Councilman Bond. Westmoreland is an aye. Councilmember Waits. 12 yeas, 0 nays. The item is adopted. Next item.
Thank you. I'd like to take items 2 through 5 as a block.
Without objection.
Thank you. 23-0-1503, case number Z-23-32, location 960 North Eugenia Place Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4A WPA Single Family Residential Westside Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay to PDH WPA Planned Development Housing Westside Park Affordable Housing Workforce Housing Overlay. Number 3, 23-0-1640, case number U-23-31, location 826 Juniper Street Northeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for eating and drinking establishment that is 5,000 square feet or more. Number 4, 23-0-1704. Case number Z-23-71, location 3340 Stone Road, Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4, Single Family Residential, to ANRG3, Residential General Sector 3, to MR2C, Multifamily Residential Conditional. Number 5, 24-0-1026, case number U-23-40. The location is 690 Courtenay Drive, Northeast. The ordinance is to amend Ordinance 2-0-1271, also known as U-2-17, and Ordinance 95-0-1460, also known as U-87-19, and 09-0-0845, also known as U-09-08, which granted a special use permit for a rehabilitation center for the purpose of a major site plan amendment. Items 2 through 5 were favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt as amended.
Motion is to adopt as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none. Councilmember Winston. Amos.
Council
Dozier.
President Pro Tem, we are available to vote.
Look at that. Welcome back to the 21st century.
No more rapid fire.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The items are favorable as amended. Item number 6.
Item number 6, legislative number 23-0-1044, case number Z-23-80, location 1221 Euclid Avenue Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 single-family residential to MR2 multifamily residential. Number 6 was adverse, so the motion is to adverse.
Motion before us is to adverse. Does it need a second? Second by Councilmember Norwood. If it does, any discussion? All right, please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Item 6 is adversed. Item 7.
Okay, number 7, 23-0-1023, case number U-23-35. Locations 1140, 1150, 1152, 1160, 1166 Euclid Avenue Northeast, and 432 Seminole Avenue Northeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a parking lot. The committee recommends to file item number 7, so the motion is to file.
Motion is to file. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. That item is filed.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Overstreet. Our final report of standing committees will come from the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, chaired by the Honorable Andrea Elbun.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. Good afternoon. Please turn to page 47 of your full council agenda for the Standing Committee of Public Safety. Item number 1, 24-0-1091, an ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 1092B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirement listed in Section 10-88 for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages or wine for an establishment located at 1535 Chattahoochee Avenue Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318, and for other purposes. This item was adversed.
The motion coming out of committee is to adverse. If someone would like to make a substitute motion, now would be the appropriate time.
Substitute motion to file.
All right, we've got a motion from committee to adverse, a substitute motion by Councilmember Juan to file. Is there a second on that substitute motion? Second by Councilmember Norwood. Any discussion on the substitute motion to file? Seeing none, please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The item is filed. Next item.
Item number 2, 23-01605, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to amend Chapter 10, Section 1093 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to add a new subsection C to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages, wine, or distilled spirits by the package listed in sections 1088 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one package store located at 536 Decatur Street, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30312. This item was filed. 5 yeas, 1 nay. Motion to file.
Motion to file is coming out of committee. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. That item is filed. I'll make a note for the record that the previous item was also filed by a vote of 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item, item 3, item 24-01089, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston as amended by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 1088 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 525 Moreland Avenue Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30316. This item was favorable.
Motion coming out of committee is to adopt. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open. Was pulled off of consent, but it was on consent, so it was a favorable motion coming out of committee.
Favorable.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nays.
12 yeas, 1 nay. That item is overwhelmingly adopted.
This concludes my report, Mr. Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, that takes us to personal papers for immediate consideration, of which there is one. Mr. Amos.
Amos ID number 34795, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend the resolution 23-R-4428 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on November 6, 2023, to modify the amount of trash receptacles allocated for Washington Park, Charles Rambo Park, and Rodney Cook Park, and for other purposes. Whereas on December 2021, the Atlanta City Council unanimously adopted 21-R-3927 and 21-R-3928, which called for a May 2022 referendum to consider 3 ballot questions to provide $750 million toward vital transportation, recreation, public safety, and art projects across the city. And whereas in May 2022, the Atlanta voters overwhelmingly approved the 3 questions that collectively made up the Moving Atlanta Forward Infrastructure Initiative. And whereas the city's district council member was allocated $3 million each in discretionary funds to support community projects that are not already listed as part of their specified investment. And whereas Resolution 23-R-4428, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on November 6, 2023, and approved by City Charter Section 2-403 on November 15, 2023, authorized a donation to Park Pride to provide maintenance support for Charles L. Hopper Park and to purchase trash receptacles for Washington Park, Charles Rambo Park, and Rodney Cook Park in District 3. And whereas of the $100,000.00 donation, $20,000.00 was allocated for Charles L. Hopper Park, and $80,000.00 was allocated for the purchase of 12 trash receptacles for Washington Park, 6 trash receptacles for Rodney Cook Park, and 4 trash receptacles for Charles Rambo Park. And whereas the desire of the District 3 Council member to remove the trash receptacles allocations currently listed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that by the City Council, City of Atlanta, Georgia, that Resolution 23-R-4428 shall be amended such the caption shall read as follows, with permanent additions and a resolution by Community Development Human Resources Committee to authorize the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $100,000 to Park Pride pursuant to Section 6-0306 of the City of Atlanta Charter to provide maintenance support for Charles L. Harper Park in the amount not to exceed $20,000.00, and for the purchase of trash receptacles for Washington Park, Rodney Cook Park, and Charles Rumble Park in the amount not to exceed $80,000.00, and for other purposes. Be it further resolved that Resolution 23-R-4428 shall be amended such as the first resolve clause shall read as follows. Now, therefore, be resolved that the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter and Chief Financial Officer or his designee is authorized to make a donation in the total amount not to exceed $100,000.00 to Park Pride. The amount shall provide maintenance support for Charles L. Harper Park in the amount not to exceed $20,000, and for the purchase of trash receptacles for Washington Park, Rodney Cook Park, and Charles Rumble Park in the amount not to exceed $80,000.00, and for other purposes. Be it finally resolved that all of the provisions of Resolution 23-R-4428 remain unchanged. Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Bond. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. That item is adopted.
Motion sent to the Mayor's Office post haste.
A motion to send to the Mayor's Office post haste, second by Councilmember Bond. We can do that on unanimous consent of members present if there is no objection. Seeing none.
Council President Pro Tem, unanimous consent, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Colleagues, we will have one additional item for immediate consideration. It is currently still in the works, so we are going to move to items for referral. True to form, every time I am here, we are going to queue up rather than getting called on. So feel free to do that at your leisure, and we're going to start with Council Member.
Boom.
We're going to start with Councilmember Norwood.
Elms ID 34907, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood granting a special use permit to sever excess development density pursuant to the code sections listed herein from a portion of 2400 DeForest Ferry Road Northeast, the sending property, fronting approximately 750 feet on the south side of DeForest Ferry Road, and transfer it to property located at 215 West Wyuka Road, also known as Chastain Park Avenue, the receiving property, fronting approximately 1,100 feet on the northwest side of West Wyuka Road, commencing at the intersection of the westerly right-of-way of West Wyuka Road with the center line of Dudley Lane, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all documents necessary to accept the donation of approximately 2.5 acres of real property located at 2400 DeForest Ferry Road from Galloway at Woodall Creek LLC to be maintained as green space by the Department of Parks and Recreation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34907 to zoning and ZRB. Mr. Shook.
Thank you. Elms 34901, ordinance by Shook authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $1,000 to the Atlanta Preservation Center from the council president carry forward account to support their Phoenix Files celebration pursuant to the listed section of the city's charter and for other purposes.
34901 to FEC.
Elms ID 34841, ordinance by Shook to request the issuance by the Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Agency of its revenue bonds, Series 2024, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed blank, to assist with financing the cost of acquiring, constructing, renovating, and equipping certain capital improvement projects for city facilities located within the Atlanta Urban Redevelopment Area Number 1, including blank, collectively the project, authorizing the execution, delivery, and performance of an intergovernmental contract, a bond purchase agreement, a continuing disclosure agreement, and related documents and certificates, authorizing the execution of an acknowledgement of service and the filing of an answer on behalf of the city in validation proceedings related to the Series 2024 bonds, authorizing the preparation, use, and distribution of a preliminary official statement, an official statement in connection with the sale of the Series 2024 bonds by the agency, approving a designated officer of the city to deem final the preliminary official statement for purposes of Securities and Exchange Commission rule, which is listed here, and approving the City of Atlanta amended and restated urban redevelopment plan and for other related purposes.
34841 to FEC.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. ELMS ID number 34896, an ordinance by Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Atlanta or his designee to add funding from the Park Improvement Fund, Airport Security Services for city-owned outdoor pools, parks, and for other recreational sites and activities on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation in an aggregate amount not to exceed $1,500,000 and authorizing the mayor or his designee to amend the contract to apply the park improvement funds in support of the expansion and reoccurring existing security needs and for other purposes.
34896 to CDHS. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. ELMS ID number 34897, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance waiving Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinances, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute contracts with sponsors, performers, artists, venues, and vendors necessary to effectuate the City of Atlanta's honoring of the 50th anniversary of the inauguration of the former mayor, Maynard Jackson, to authorize the City of Atlanta to accept donations in an amount not to exceed $200,000 for the purpose of supporting the city's actions related to the mayor's Maynard 50 celebration through December 31st, 2024, to authorize all costs to be paid from and all revenue and donations to be deposited into the Civic and Cultural Event Trust Fund account listed and for other purposes.
34897 to FEC.
Okay, ordinance, ELMS ID number 34909, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000 from the District 11 Carry Forward account to the Alfred Tupp Homes Legacy Foundation Incorporated pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
34909 to FEC.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Council President Pro Tem, an ordinance of 34908, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 10-92 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirement listed in Section 10-88.1 for package stores licensed to sell liquor, malt beverages, and or wine for an establishment located at 825 McDaniel Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia 30310, and for other purposes.
34908 to Public Safety Legal Administration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Elms ID number 34904, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland to amend Ordinance 24-0-1052 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on February 19th, 2024 to correct the organization's name from Atlanta Pride Run to Front Runners Atlanta and for other purposes.
34904 to FEC. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you. Elms number 34905, Elms number 34905, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone and Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to an ordinance to create a commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor Mayor Shirley Clark Franklin and for other purposes.
Elms 34905 to Committee on Council.
Elms 34911, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $20,000 from the District 10 carry forward account to District 10 expense and distribution accounts to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
34911 to FEC.
Elms ID number 34857, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to donate an amount not to exceed $3 million from the Housing Trust Fund to Partners for Home pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support the provision of quick delivery housing for the city's unhoused residents in participation in the Rapid Housing Initiative to authorize PFH to utilize funds from the donation authorized related costs concerning its participation in the Rapid Housing Initiative, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of PFH to provide quick delivery housing and to participate in the Rapid Housing Initiative and for other purposes.
34857 to the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Councilmember Westmoreland.
Matt works.
One item is Elms ID number 34887, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a first agreement to ground lease agreement with Partners for Home with respect to the lease of certain city-owned property known as 184 Forsyth Street, Southwest Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia, tax parcel ID numbers as listed, to modify Article blank and include a new Article blank to the ground lease agreement, waiving Section 2-1547 of the Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Article 10, and for other purposes.
34887 to the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Winston, followed by Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. First item is Elms 34900, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $100,000 from the District 2 discretionary fund account to the Kemmler Park Conservancy and for other purposes.
34900 to CDHS.
Elms 34899, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $300,000 from the District 2 discretionary fund account to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation and for other purposes.
34899 to Public Safety Legal Administration.
Elms ID 34906, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, an ordinance waiving Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute contracts with sponsors, performers, artists, venues, and vendors necessary to effectuate the City of Atlanta's hosting of the African American Mayors Association's 10th annual conference to authorize the City of Atlanta to accept donations in an amount not to exceed $200,000 for the purpose of supporting the city's actions related to the African American Mayors Association conference through December 31st, 2024, to authorize all costs to be paid from and all revenue and donation to be deposited into the Civic and Culture Event Trust Fund account listed and for other purposes.
34906 to Community Development and Human Services.
Elms ID 34833, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Labor and Employment Services WorkSource Atlanta office to accept a Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Dislocated Worker Program grant for rapid response in an amount not to exceed $90,000 from the Technical College System of Georgia Office of Workforce Development to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY24 Job Training Grant Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in an amount not to exceed $90,000 and for other purposes.
34833 to Community Development and Human Services.
Elms ID 34819, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, also known as WorkSource Atlanta, to accept a Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Adult Program grant in the amount of $584,392.00 from the Technical College System of Georgia Office of Workforce Development to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2024 Job Training Grant Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriation the amount of $584,392.00 and for other purposes.
34819 to Community Development and Human Services Committee.
Elms ID 34821, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, also known as WorkSource Atlanta, to accept a Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Dislocated Worker Program grant in the amount of $1,569,187.00 from the Technical College System of Georgia Office of Workforce Development to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY24 Job Training Grant Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $1,569,187.00 and for other purposes.
Elms 34821 to the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Elms ID number 34874, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, ordinance to rezone certain properties in the West Highland community and Rockdale community from R-4A single family residential to PD-MU planned development mixed use and MRC-3 mixed residential commercial and for other purposes.
34874 to the Zoning Committee.
AMS ID 34808, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a quitclaim deed conveying the city's interest in property located at 340 Holly Street Northwest, Fulton County, tax parcel ID number 14-014-600-130-340 in an amount not to exceed $1.00 to the City of Atlanta Fulton County Land Bank Authority, Incorporated, doing business as Metro Atlanta Land Bank, for the public purpose of returning the property to an effective utilization status in order to provide permanent affordable housing in the Grove Park neighborhood and for other purposes.
Elms 34808 to the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
AMS ID number 34814, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos and Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to execute a project management agreement with the Path Foundation or Georgia Nonprofit Corporation for the Silver Comet Connector MacArthur Boulevard Northwest project in an amount not to exceed $500,000. All contract work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and the account number listed herein and for other purposes.
34814 to Transportation.
AMS ID number 34839, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos and Dustin Hillis, waiving Chapter 2, Article 10, Division 4, Subdivision 2, Section 2-1546 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a lease agreement with the Chattahoochee Works LLC for lease of office space consisting of 1,682 rentable square feet located at 500 Chattahoochee Road, Suite 500 B2, Atlanta, Georgia 30318 for the terms of 120 months commencing on March 1st, 2024 and ending February 28th, 2034 at a minimum rental rate of $1,682.00, sorry, plus an operating expense authorizing expenditure to be charged to and paid from 1001 General Fund 240401 APD Uniform Patrol 5223 102 Operating Lease Rental Land 3223000 Patrol and for other purposes.
34839 to Finance Executive Committee.
AMS ID number 34871, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance to amend the land use element of the City of Atlanta 2016 Comprehensive Development Plan, CDP, so as to designate certain properties in the West Highland community and Rockdale community from the open space land use classification and medium density residential to mixed use medium density and mixed use high density classification and for other purposes.
34871 to the Community Development Human Services Committee.
AMS ID 34880, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to extend a moratorium on the acceptance of any application for special administrative permits or building permits for which a special administrative permit has not been applied for, including land disturbance permits and any property located in an R5 zoning district, two-family residential within the Home Park neighborhood for a period not to exceed 6 months and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34880 to the Zoning Committee.
Last one, Mr. Pro Tem, AMS number 34903, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, Andrea L. Boone, and Michael Julian Bond to authorize the naming of Concourse D, located at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, the Michael Hollis Concourse, to waive certain provisions of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance to Chapter 138, Article 1, Section 138-8, relating to the dedication of public places within the City of Atlanta, which are not applicable where a dedication initiated by the City of Atlanta, to waive certain additional notice requirements contained in Section 138-8 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, to waive the requirements that this ordinance be placed on the agenda of an affected neighborhood planning unit and for informational purposes at Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-2 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance and for other purposes.
34903 to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. One quick clarification. Elms from Councilmember Winston. Elms ID 34906 needs to go to FEC, not the Community Development Human Services Committee. It is 34906. And then finally, Councilmember Juan.
All right, thank you. I've got two to refer and one for immediate consideration. The first one is Elms ID 34895, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Morosco Drive Northeast and Morosco Way Northeast and the intersection of Morosco Way Northeast and Morosco Place Northeast all-way stop-controlled intersections, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34895 to Transportation Committee.
All right, Elms ID 34902, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to revoke the special use permit approved pursuant to Ordinance 05-0-1942 for a nursing home for property located at 556 to 560 St. Charles Avenue Northeast and 573 St. Charles Way rear and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34902 to the Zoning Committee.
All right, and colleagues, this is for immediate consideration. It's Elms ID 34910. Everyone should have a copy of this. It's a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a preliminary engineering agreement and a construction agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. for the Cheshire Bridge Road emergency repairs due to fire damage, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to issue a direct payment to CSX Transportation, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $228,789.00 and for other purposes. Whereas the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation, ATL DOT, identified the need for emergency repairs to the Cheshire Bridge Road due to fire damage, and whereas the emergency repairs will ensure structural stability of the Cheshire Bridge Road and allow for continued accessibility and connectivity to the surrounding communities, keep pedestrians, motorists, transit riders, and freight deliveries flowing efficiently. And whereas in the course of such emergency repairs, ATL DOT will need to access and engage in work over and across property operated or controlled by CSX Transportation, Inc., or CSXT. Whereas in order to facilitate such emergency work on or across property operated or controlled by CSXT and pursuant to a preliminary engineering agreement between CSXT and ATL DOT, CSXT agrees to review the construction cost estimates, site surveys, plats, legal descriptions, assessments, studies, easements, agreements, and related construction documents. And pursuant to a construction agreement between CSXT and ATL DOT, CSXT agrees to perform preliminary engineering services, flagging services, and other protective services and devices as may be necessary, and the construction, engineering, and inspection to protect the interest of CSXT. And whereas the Commissioner of ATL DOT desires to enter into a preliminary engineering agreement, a construction agreement, and any other necessary agreements, including but not limited to a land license agreement with CSXT for work related to the Cheshire Bridge Road emergency repairs due to fire damage on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation, and to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to remit payment to CSX Transportation, Inc., an amount not to exceed $200,000, $20,789.00 for CSXT services provided under such agreements. The City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that the mayor or his designee is authorized to enter into a preliminary engineering and construction agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. for the Cheshire Bridge Road emergency repairs due to fire damage on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation, and to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to remit payment to CSX Transportation, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $228,789.00. Be it further resolved that the mayor or his designee is authorized to enter into any other necessary agreements with CSXT, including but not limited to a land license agreement related to the Cheshire Bridge Road emergency repairs due to fire damage on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation. Be it further resolved that all work shall be charged to and paid from the following account numbers listed. Be it finally resolved that any agreements executed under the authority granted herein will not become binding on the city, and the city shall incur no obligation or liability under them until the agreements have been approved by the city attorney as to form, executed by the mayor, attested to by the municipal clerk, and delivered to CSX Transportation. The reason this is before you for immediate consideration, obviously, is because we are trying to get the repairs underway as quickly as possible. With that, I'll move approval.
Motion to approve by Juan, second by Shook. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Councilmember Juan, thank you so much for the legislation. I certainly do business in that quarter and appreciate you bringing this forward. I want to highlight, however, that CRX has not been a good community partner. And it's my hope that while you guys are engaging in these new conversations and contracts, that you will bring it to the attention that we need them to take care of all of the city of Atlanta, and that you will use this as an opportunity to speak to the challenges that we've had all over the city in terms of them not being a good neighbor and partner. And thank you for the legislation.
I appreciate that. I see members of the ATL DOT team out there. Let's remember that, please.
Unlike State Farm. Motion by Juan, second by Shook. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please open this vote.
President Pro Tem, if we could, oh, there we go. The vote is open.
And we're going to get to do one more roll call.
Yes.
We will do one more roll call.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The item is adopted.
I'll move to the mayor's office post haste.
Motion to move to the mayor's office post haste, second by Shook. Any discussion? If not, we can do that on unanimous consent of members present, of which there are 11. This screen needs to reflect. Ooh, no, it doesn't. Yes, now there are.
Okay.
How many we got?
10.
There we
10
go.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. This item is sent to the mayor's office post haste. Any general remarks? Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Dozier.
Yes, quickly. This Thursday, March 7th,
we are urging all council members to meet us at 11 a.m. to do a tour with Chief Shearbaum. Please meet us in front of the building here, 11 a.m. We will tour the public safety headquarters. Also, there was a wonderful article in the AJC featuring Susan J. Ross, our photo griot. Susan J. Ross, our photo griot. So please look that up. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier, followed by Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Councilmember Westmoreland, or President. I don't know. I'm just going to call you Councilmember West. Thank you. Just two announcements. The first one, and I'll be sure to announce it in a couple of weeks as well, but please join us on Friday, March 22nd with the Clark Atlanta University family. Our office did some legislation last year to rename a portion of Beckwith Street near the Atlanta University Center in honor of Dr. Thomas W. Cole Jr., former Clark Atlanta founding president of Clark Atlanta University, and renaming that street to Dr. Thomas W. Cole Jr. Way. It'll be at 11 o'clock a.m. at the corner of Beckwith Street and James P. Brawley Drive Southwest. So I hope you all join us for that. And then for our District 4 constituents, save the date, March 28th. It's been about 6 months because the last one we had to cancel because I had a baby, or my wife had a baby rather. But we are bringing back our town hall series. Please go to our website, district4atl.com. To pre-register. We'll be announcing the location by the end of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify, during public comment, there was some confusion surrounding my remarks this morning, and I simply wanted to clarify again that I am vacating the Post 3 seat because state law requires me to do so to run for higher office. And so again, for clarity, I am vacating the Post 3 seat because state law dictates that necessity, and I look forward again to serving with you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Pro Tem Dem. I wanted to let people know that we have come back with our coffee with the council member. So this Sunday from 11 to 1, I will be at Park Grounds in Reynoldstown. It's a local coffee shop to talk about all of the big accomplishments we've achieved in District 5 this year, as well as listen to any concerns, questions that anyone has. So please feel free to come. Be there from 11 to 1, which means I probably won't be out of there until 2. But please come by with any questions you may have about the district, about any questions that you may have for me, and to hear our updates. So hope to see you there. Thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Very quickly, just want to say congratulations to Miss Cameron Coleman, celebrating her 1-year anniversary in the office of municipal clerk. Yep, definitely clap it up. Want to say congratulations to the Clark Atlanta University men's basketball team for becoming the SIAC Eastern Division champions. And then want to invite everyone out to the District 3 State of the District Town Hall, March 21st, 6 p.m. at the Frederick Douglass High School.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Just want to make sure I invited people to a few events we have coming up in District 12 this month. We have the District 12 Infrastructure Update. This will be hosted Tuesday, March 19th at 5 p.m. at Atlanta Technical College. Tuesday, March 19th, 5 p.m., Atlanta Technical College. Another event we have is every single Monday, as you know, we do our family engagement with Mothers Against Gang Violence. This month, March 4th, will be about understanding the Board of Education. March 11th will be about the Healing Circle. March 18th will be about myths of community policing. March 25th, Dark Side to Trolling. Another event that we are having in District 12 that we're kicking off, it will be quarterly, is the Diaper Distribution Day. And this will be in partnership with Cree with the Questions and Helping Mamas. And the first event will be Friday, March 22nd. This will be at Roselle Fan Recreation Center, located 365 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia. And the second event will be at Pittman Park in June. And so look forward to the Diaper Distribution Days, which will be in our district moving around the quarterly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond, followed by Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I would like to bid our colleague, Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits, farewell in her endeavors for the future. We have enjoyed your service and your work for the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem, and I'd like to add my praise to you, Keisha, for your continued public service. And I know that as you embarked upon this journey, greater things are in store for you, because we know that based on the service you've already provided to our constituents and voters over your storied career. So we wish you all the best. My comments are that on Wednesday, we will be, HelloFresh will be at the Flipper Temple AME Church at 580 Atlanta Student Movement Boulevard at 2 o'clock as usual. But I wanted everyone to be on the lookout for an announcement for the 27th of March, where we will have a celebration of the work that HelloFresh, Second Helpings Atlanta, Pratt Industries, the Mayor's Office of International Affairs, Post One Office, various offices here at the Atlanta City Council that we've partnered with, and of course, various other elected officials. We will be welcoming the national officers of the HelloFresh Corporation as we celebrate the 1 millionth meal served. Now, we've already passed that mark, but we're going to be celebrating, I believe, on March the 27th at 2 p.m. I'll have more information as a location where we will be, but everyone, of course, is invited to come and to help us participate in this good work. So wanted to say that, and also wanted to wish our former mayor and ambassador Andrew J. Young a very happy birthday coming up this week, and wanting him to know we want him to stay strong and to keep going, and wish him all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet, followed by Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Department of City Planning for such a successful kickoff of our CDP, our Comprehensive Development Plan for the City of Atlanta. It happened at Greenbrier this past Thursday. Over 300 participants were on hand at Greenbrier Mall, and we were there for hours. It was absolutely beautiful, and it was well done, extremely successful, and I just want to thank everyone that came from every corner in the city of Atlanta to Greenbrier Mall for that beautiful kickoff. That's that. So next, I'd also like to invite everyone to the Cascade Road Community Update Meeting that's happening on March 24th. That will be, March 14th. March 14th, that's Thursday, March 14th at Hillside International Truth Center, and that's on Cascade Road. This is what we've been doing since the Cascade Complete Streets has been going on. This is our accountability with ATL DLT, and they have really been doing their part of setting these meetings up, and we will meet there on Thursday, March 14th from 6 to 7 at Hillside. I'd also like to give a farewell and thank you to Councilmember Waits. Not sure why you would leave this fabulous position, but I do wish you well. I do, and I appreciate your all of your partnership and your energy throughout the time that you've been on council. It has really been fun being your next door neighbor back in our council area. So thank you for that. And of course, we are here to help you however we can because we know that you're rooted in service. And I want to wish our colleague Liliana Bakhtiari happy birthday. It's going to be on Wednesday. Happy birthday. She's been traveling and on missions all around the globe, and now she's home to celebrate her birthday, so happy birthday. And that's it.
Speaking of, Councilmember Bakhtiari, followed by Councilmember Lewis.
I know how much you love it when I talk. So that was specifically directed at you. And I wanted to also congratulate and also thank Councilmember Waits. And also in that we're losing a member of our LGBTQ community. So I wanted to open up enrollment and applications again. We recruited Matt Westmoreland his first year on my first year on council. So I'm looking at all of you. But I also wanted to, I was not here for my brother and my partner's birthday, so I wanted to take a moment because I wanted to wish my little brother, Sina Bakhtiari, a happy 28th birthday, and my partner, Sarah, a happy 30th. So, and also thank you, Councilmember Overstreet and colleagues, for the birthday wishes. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
I want to make sure I spoke to Councilmember Keisha Waits. It's been an honor serving as your council member. It's been an honor serving with you on council, and to understand, I'm truly going to miss you. And to have an at-large member who represents all three districts, I truly understood that you represent District 12, and I'll be involved in whoever runs for this seat because you're gonna have to represent us the same way. I appreciate you.
Councilmember Shook. Just kidding. With that, a final note from the clerk. Early voting is underway for the presidential preference primary. It runs through this Friday with a primary election culminating on Tuesday, March 12th. And with that, we are ready for the adjourning roll call.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. We have Council President Doug Shipman, Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large,
Here.
Councilmember Keisha Sean Waits, Post 3 at Large, Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1, Councilmember Ria Pell, District 2, Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3, Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6, Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7, Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8, Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10, Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
We stand adjourned.